How's it going? How's it going? I had to turn that copyright strike down. I hope everyone's doing well. Echo, echo, echo. Awesome. Good to see you, Kilroy. Awesome. I can't drive 55. I've been singing that song all day. Awesome. Hello, hello, Commander Skids. How's it going? Sydney, good to see you as always. Awesome. Awesome. Of course, that's going to go haywire right now. Whoops. Wrong plug. Oh, I just love technology. There we go. Beautiful. Awesome, awesome. I hope everyone's doing well. Trees, how are you doing? How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Awesome. Hello. How's it going? Welcome to the Godless Sewing Channel. And I do not have all my lights on. I can tell right away by my lighting. Give me a second. I'm discombobulated as usual. I hope everyone's doing well. Awesome, awesome. Hello, hello. I was too busy rocking out. Awesome. Hello. Welcome to the Godless Sewing Channel, and anyone who's watching this in the future, I thank you. So, it's Saturday night, and I think you can see it. I think you can probably see it behind me. I did it again. Like I said last week, instead of my usual fluff, there. This time I made a red fluffy coat. That's hot. Awesome. Is that thumbnail from the series Chips? No, it's from Sammy Hagar. I Can't Drive 55. I've had it stuck in my head for the past couple of days, so I figured I'd share it. Awesome, awesome. Hello, Brandon. Hello, Kilroy. How's it going? That's hot chocolate and milk. Yay, Joy. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Awesome. Sydney, yay. Is Alabama winning? You know, I haven't looked up. I haven't looked up at the television. And hello to our time traveling friends. Absolutely. Time travelers are totally welcome here. Awesome. Awesome. Let me jump around a little bit more. Whoops, wrong camera. So I made another red fluffy coat. I can't control myself. Today was actually kind of crazy. I went downtown and I haggled. I don't know. I don't know. What? Oh well. No, I'm like, what? Now I just have Sammy Hagar stuck in my head. So today has been a crazy day of running around. I got I spent a little bit more money than usual, so I didn't go see my guy because I had to haggle for the red material. It was quite an experience, actually. The guy was almost angry over the fact that I wanted it for a certain price, and we were going back and forth, and it was really interesting to see. I felt like he almost didn't want to part with the material. It was strange, but you know, I constantly have that conversation of do I intimidate people? But I'm going to buy fabric. I'm not going there to fight anybody. I'm going there literally to buy fuzzy material and go home. So it was just hilarious and ironic in the same sense. But with all that out of the way, I hope everyone's doing well. It's Saturday night. And let's make something. So I'm going to continue working on my overalls, but I don't know either. I'll give you $2 for this $22 section of fabric you're selling me. Ah. So the guy quoted me at $9 to $10 a yard. And I was like, you know what? That's a decent price because I know downtown, for some reason, this stuff is valuable. And so I walked right up to the guy because last week when I was there, I walked past him and I guess the owner was like, I'll give you $10 a yard. So I went early because I am the definition of the early bird. And it was raining here in Southern California. And let me tell you, one thing Southern Californians do not know how to do is drive. And I know that most people that live on that side of town are not from here, and most of them are from cold weather cities. And it's not an excuse, but people forget how to drive around here. Crimson Tide. Oof. Yeah, there's some good games. So hey, how's it going, Native? How's it going? Good to see you. Good to see you. Awesome. Awesome. So I get down there and uh, I went crazy at the pet shop today. I went crazy. My name is William. I'm willing to admit I'm an addict, and I went to the pet shop and I lost my brains today at the pet shop. And I don't even know why. I just kept. So now I have an extensive patch collection and I will not need to go to that store for a while. And the ironic thing is, as I was leaving the store, I'm in my car because I came so early. I was able to park in front of the patch shop. The woman from the other patch shop that I normally go to was walking down the street, and she was walking, looking at me like when she was walking down the street. And my car's tinted, and she rubbernecked the entire time because she saw me get in my car. So it was awkward. So I went and I did a bunch of loops around downtown, and I found a parking space. And parking in downtown is sketchy, not for what you think. It's because there's people that are trying to park people everywhere. So it's just chaos. So I get to the guy, and he's almost angry that I remembered that last week the guy told me he'd give it to me for $10 a yard. God, that's selling in a pad shop. Danger. The problem is that this pad shop is better than Amazon, and they have all the same stuff because they make it there. They're smart. They do their research. They're like, okay, people are buying this and this patch. When I walked in, the guy was looking at me, my vest, and he's like, where'd you get those patches? And I told him, I guarantee you I'm gonna walk in and he's gonna have a bunch of biker patches with snarky sayings on them and everything. He needs to get a patch machine. I do. I need to figure out what machine it is because I need to get the whiz bang new one. Because like I told you, at this pad shop, all I had to do was look upstairs and you see an entire workshop up there. LA's crazy. Downtown LA is it's a crazy place. Double parking should be a capital offense there. And do you know what the funny thing is too? Because I got there early, when I parked at the pad shop, people, they gave me like this much space. I'm gonna tell you, I'm fully insured. And when I drive, I'm not wearing my glasses. And I am fully insured. So, needless to say, I'm lucky I didn't hit anybody on the way out of the pad shop. Remember to only slash 3 tires because insurance will cover if you slash 4. Oh. Do you know what's really funny? And Skits, in my town, people shame people for double parking. There's a whole thing on Facebook, and it caused a whole controversy. All right. So before I grab my overalls, let's so needless to say, I get over to where the guy is, where I saw the red fuzzy material. And the guy For some, I'm not saying they're angry, but for some reason these people are angry, and it's not just one person. It's like every other dude, and maybe their passion isn't for sewing like mine is. And I'm sure in today's economy, I'm sure they're getting hosed because who's really buying fabric? I know their rent is $6,000 a month. I get it. So and having an attitude isn't a big deal because I'm a grown man. They didn't hurt my feelings. It's just weird how angry these people are. And like I always say, if you're having a bad day, something going on in your life, make something goofy. Make something awesome. Look at that. I look like I was hanging out with Clifford the big red dog. I look like I skinned Elmo. This thing is beautiful. So I couldn't decide whether I wanted to go for like um almost a cape in the back or a hood or a collar. So I combined all three. And now I have a giant collar in the back. Oh, hold on. Sorry, chat. Yay! Hi, Pam. How's it going? How's it going? If anyone wants to join, just let me know and I will throw the link in the chat. Yay! Hi, Pam. Hello, hello. Yay! Hello, hello. I love this red fluffy coat. I absolutely love this thing. Yay! Hello, Pam. Hello, hello. Yay! You look like you're missing the Elmo. I'm from a different generation, so Elmo was like way after me. Yay! Hi, Pam. Hi. All you need is a large hat with a peacock feather. Well, you know, I'm trying to bring back the fitted hats because I was in love with fitted hats until I found my cowboy hat, and then you couldn't keep me on the farm, so to speak. So we'll go with the red. Yay! Hello. You need a pimp hat and and fish tank platforms. Car Wash is still to this day one of the greatest movies. Fun fact, most car washes in LA are now made after the movie Car Wash. So you can drive like even most modern ones, deeper in LA, but they still have that 1960s, 1970s feel to it. It's hilarious. Yay! Hi, Pam. Yay! More animal than Ema. Exactly. I was going than Elmo. Instead of Red Fox, you'll be Red Bear. Oh. I was gonna say the Red Eagle, but then I watched Vikings and no, I'm not the Red Eagle. Yay, hello, hello. I haven't decided. I'm still working on my overalls. And I've decided to take my time because I'm gonna cut down the front a little bit. Thank you. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. You were super fast getting that sewn up. If it's something that I've done 100 times, I have like all my blocks and shapes cut. And it's something I love to do. And because I love making coats and I'm down to the point where I've made the sleeves perfect at this point. I do still miss my emo sleeves where they're a little bit past your hand. Oh, looks like it's a good game. There's quite a few on today. I was actually hate watching Colorado and SC. That was an absolute great game. But we're not here for the sports desk just quite yet. Here in the Godless Only channel, this program is for entertainment purposes only, and this content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal view and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on planet Earth. And here at Godless Sewing Airlines, we have exits on both sides. That's on izquierda and derecha. I hope everyone has a great evening, and on with the show. And I ate a little bit. I ate earlier, so the dinner car is definitely open. The eagle looks now. He's just. What's funny? That's like if you've ever seen an owl's leg, or like that's what all birds look like without their fur. And this coat is hot. It's funny how my temperature jumps up like 5 degrees when I put this thing on. Oh, I'll prance around a little bit more before I take this thing off. But I love how this looks. And I made it a little bit longer. I made the coat a little bit longer this time. I wasn't trying to go down to the floor, because I do every time I build, every time I sew something that goes down to the floor, I end up having to make a train for it. So this time I'm not going to. Oh, wow, this thing is hot. Oh. I can't drive 55. All right, I'm going to put this back, and then I'm going to grab all the stuff for my overall. You can usually tell by what I was watching or what I was listening to when I make the thumbnail. And I've had I Can't Drive 55 stuck in my head for a day now. And I was watching the video, and it reminds me of how much people cared back then as compared to now. You make those huge coats, and you live in a place where it's summer all the time. You got to move to Chicago or NYC. Oh, it is hot. It is extremely hot in here. And the funny thing is, Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 63 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's winter. That is winter here in Southern California. I'm going to open the door in a second, and then I'm going to go grab my pieces and start sewing. I need to switch my thread out because I still have the red from my coat in there. Skits is freaked out by the eagle. It makes me laugh. There are certain types of people, okay? So let's have a talk about that. I am the kind of human being that has mannequins in his house. And so there are people that will walk into this room, and they are like, they jump at the sight of a mannequin. Oh, Skits, I live for you being terrified by that eagle. It makes me laugh. 61 here. Oh, now I'm craving Taco Bell, Commander, even though I haven't had it in like 6 or 7 years. So supposed to get down to 52 tonight. It was raining earlier today, and that was part of my gripe. But really, our weather's changing. Oh man, this fuzz is everywhere. Our weather's changing, so it's raining more and more. So we're just gonna have to get used to it. The fuzz was everywhere When I learned from last time. So I had my vacuum ready. I was ready to go. But when you cut that furry material, it sheds the second you cut it from its original form. It starts coming off in every direction. Excuse me. I was prepared this time, though. I knew what I was getting myself into. So I was less shocked of the fact that my kitchen was just covered in that stuff. And I've said this before. One of the reasons I do not cut fabric in my living room is because during the pandemic, I got brand new carpet. And it's the first time in my life that I've ever lived somewhere where they had brand new carpet. Well, my parents carpeted their house when I was a kid, but that doesn't count. Crazy thunder and lightning last night. Lost power for 12 hours. That's crazy. That's crazy. So I do not cut anything in my living room at all. And it's the one room that has carpet. The rest of my house is all tile. That's crazy, Skits. That means it's either coming in my direction or going in the other direction. You know what? Decisions were made during the pandemic. Decisions were made, and it's gray. And it's the first time I've ever had light carpet in my life. It's strangely Confederate gray. Well, it's that like it's that gray. It's that gray look. All right, let me get my table out. So, if you want to talk about nostalgia and I can't drive 55. Yesterday at the thrift store, I don't know if anyone can see the short that I posted because apparently YouTube blocked it. YouTube has a problem with Bob Dylan. I'm an avid thrifter. I made a video about the never ending thrift store. So if you can't watch my short, I played the song from The Big Lebowski. I think that's what gets me in trouble every single time. Years ago, my first video, I had this ingenious idea of making my opening video like The Big Lebowski because on the West Coast, we kind of live like that. And so, long story short, YouTube gave me my first copyright strike for it. So I tried to slip it in, and they're still like, no. So yesterday, while I was thrifting, thank you, Pam. I was wondering who saw my short and who hasn't seen it. Because my in YouTube Studio it's telling me partially blocked. And I'm like, man, I don't know who's seen it and who hasn't. That just means probably people outside of the US can't watch it. I love that song. For some reason, YouTube has a problem with Bob Dylan. So I found these beautiful shoes yesterday at my local Goodwill. And the funny thing is that they're unused. These are size 13. I have a giant foot. I'm a bit of a hobbit. I'm great at swimming. But I wear a size 13 shoe. So whenever I find a good shoe, I buy it. But the ironic thing is, second I put this on, it brought me back to high school. It was like instant teleporting. And I mean, these things are untouched. I live in a town of shoe people. I think someone like this was on displays somewhere or something, or maybe a shop shut down or something. But these are literally untouched. So I was really, really, really stoked to get these. And in the world of thrifting, buying like semi unused brand new shoes is a big deal. Oh, and also, if no one has seen Pam's video, Pam bought a cabinet for $0.25. That's how you do it. Oh my gosh. I've been to a closing of a library, and I've also years ago. People always ask me, where did you get all of this leather? Years ago, one of my favorite thrift stores shut down. And I never understood how Bob Dylan got as big as he did. It was more because of who Bob Dylan was and less of what he was singing about. Bob Dylan, he would people were pretending to be him in a lot of ways. Ah, okay. So, needless to say, I was really excited to get those shoes, and they're like brand new. So it's really strange to me. Every time I buy a sewing machine, I want to know where that sewing machine came from. I want to know, like, especially the ones that are 100 years old, 120 years old. I wonder how many hands touched that thing before it got into mine, or who had it. Cause you can tell us. You bought out a leather bar. I wish things like that they don't go out of business. They may change owners, but they don't go out of business. So when the store was closing, I purchased I think like 4 leather vests, 9 leather coats. Still to this day, even this morning, I was wearing one of them. It's over there. I'll get it in a second. People were looking at me and I was nice and toasty because it was 59 degrees. And yes, Gilroy in Southern California, that's freezing. But I love, well, store closings are usually a bad sign in your neighborhood, but you always get a good deal. You always get a good deal. I'm not saying that, like, a store closing is a good thing. It's actually a bad sign of the times, but you always get a great deal. I wish I bought out a leather bar. That's a consistent income. All right, let me move all of this stuff. Oh. So, I know that I'm behind the times. I know that I'm one of those people that I watch very specific things. I live in a bit of a bubble. Okay. So if you know this before I say it, you can point and laugh. But today I got an advertisement for the new Magnum PI. And I say, no, sir. No. It kind of made me laugh because I have officially become that person of like, how many more remakes do we need? I wrote up a movie review for a movie in 1958. I'm way behind the time. Kilroy, I can't see your comment, but I'm waiting for it to come up on StreetYards because I knew you'd be triggered by that. That is blasphemy. Remaking Magnum PI should be a capital offense, especially because the original opening theme song is a banger. I forgot how awesome it was, and I was listening to it today, and I was like, you know, I had the fortunate happenstance of watching it all the time. Okay, so something important. I'm gonna do something important. It's the little things in life. This popped off my sewing machine, and it's messing up the balance. Problem solved. It took me all day to find that, and I finally found it again. So I'm not gonna waste that opportunity. All right, I gotta switch my thread out. Let's go find it first. So between the shoes from 1996, Magnum PI, I'm feeling extremely nostalgic. Glue it in. I'm not to that point yet. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Do you know what's so funny? I'm such a passionate person that when I was writing my notes, I wrote that, let's see. Oh, the new Magnum PI is an insult. It belongs in the trash can. And if Robert E. Mosley is not involved, I'm not watching it. I watched a little bit too much Magnum PI as a kid. I loved that show. So I took it personal when I saw that ad today. But let's switch this thread out. Enough about my musings of the day. Oh, I guess you reach a certain age and you're like, why can't things just stay the same? As a wise man once told me. All right. So when I was making my red coat, do you know what? Actually, I have to defluff this thing because I'm sure it is extra fuzzy. And I always give speeches about defluffing, and YouTubers always show off their fancy brushes and stuff like this. These are extremely fancy brushes, but you can use anything to clean out your sewing machine, especially those the ones that they sell at the 99-cent store. Those things are perfect. But I can see that this machine is covered in fuzz, so I'm gonna have to definitely defluff this thing. Let me move this up a little bit. This is just caked. So I'm going to have to clean this out before I start using it again. How will they even remake it? Only porn studios have Magnum PI mustaches anyway. Hollywood doesn't have people who can grow those. I'm not even, I don't even know how to... It's a Hispanic guy. I gotta look up the name. It's a Hispanic guy. They basically rewrote all the characters, is what they did. And it's still Magnum PI is still Magnum PI, but they rewrote most of the characters. And I'm interested because it's a Hispanic guy. I'll probably watch it. But I was obsessed with MacGyver. Oh man, this thing is just caked. I was obsessed with MacGyver as a child, and I have not seen one episode of the newer version of the MacGyver. That's why it's important to defluff sewing machines, because if I kept going, this would have just caked up my next project. Like everything, they completely changed everything. And I've said this a million times. I love Grace Park, but I didn't like the remake of the newer Hawaii Five-0. All right. This really gets the gunk out. And I use this skinnier brush to really get in there. And I learned this on watching videos on YouTube. Like, see how much gunk I just got out of there? Just on a little swash. Oh yeah, the feed dogs are completely caked with that red stuff. That's why it's important to check your sewing machine. I'm actually really glad that I did this, because that would have eventually become a problem. There we go. Oh man. Oh, that thing is really caked. All your projects come pre-K. I had to stop, but if you saw how much stuff is really coming out of here, it's I have already filled up my bookshelf, and then I found 2 more bags of books, and now I have to stay in the bags, but didn't clean up the tornado I made in my craft space. I totally understand. Ah, I collect books. I do. I don't even know. I don't have any other way to say it than I collect books. As someone who is a thrifter, I now have a extensive collection of sewing books. All right, let's fire this up a little bit. See how it sounds. And I know I don't have to say it to anyone here, but sewing machine maintenance is important when doing really fluffy projects like that. Oh, it sounds way better. And I found a whole other place where there's fluff. Oh man. I'm gonna start working on my overalls after this because there's still more work to be done, but I'm I always say I'm almost done, even if I'm halfway there. Oh, that sounds much better. Okay, so let's take this out. I don't know if this will come out, but there is a ton of fluff in there. I love these craft brushes because in one stroke it takes it right out. And even blowing on it and doing the old Nintendo trick doesn't work, but once you hit it with these brushes, it comes right off. Perfect. I think that's really awesome, Pam, that you got that shelf for a quarter. I love sales like that. Like I said, it's really sad when a store is closing because it's not a good sign, but you always get a good deal. There's actually another store that closed. It was called Anthony's Attic. I loved that place because the owner had an autistic son, and the whole reason they started that store was to give their kid and people like their son a job. And so I would always go crazy when I was in there. I got a lot of coats in there too. And weirdly, a lot of really cool albums too. But when they were closing down, I bought half of the store. Shelves. Isaiah has this shoe cubby, this giant shoe cubby thing in his room. So when stores close, they're giving the stuff away. All right. Beautiful. Oh man, that's a mess. Perfect. I just have I can't drive 55 stuck in my head. Hey Alibaba, how's it going? Hello. Do you know my tank is too much power for this room? It would blow half the stuff off the desk if I turned my tank on in here. Oh man. That thing can power quite a few tools at once. There we go. I like the sound of that. Beautiful. I hope you're doing well, Alibaba. Good to see you. Good to see you. I had a yay, hi joy. I had an impromptu defluffing of this machine because of how caked it is. Good grief, there's still more. But let's pull it and, and see what happens, as I always say. Awesome, awesome. He needs to buy a monkey and train it to clean and tune up the sewing machines for him. You know what's really funny? By my job, there's a monkey rescue refuge. It's more for gibbons, but there's all kinds of monkeys there because when people buy exotic animals, they do not realize that certain animals will outlive you. So there's a monkey farm by my job. You can hear them. It's the strangest thing, but I'm used to it now. It's advertised as a gibbon farm, but they have all kinds of monkeys there. So I would never buy a monkey. You can put on a reducer. That fake fur can't hide. Oh, Alibaba, it got everywhere. It was everywhere. In the hallway. I'm gonna have to mop again. It's in every crevice of my I was smart this time. I closed all the doors. I didn't take it in the hallway. I kept it between my living room and my kitchen because when I would cut something, I would put it in my living room, but that fur was flying. I'm going to be home. I might come in for maybe an hour. Awesome, Commander. Awesome. I'm probably not going to go that long tonight. Do you know, I always say that. I always say, let's have a quick talk. I always say, you know what? I'm not going to go that long. I'm not going to go that long tonight. 3 hours from now, I'm going to be burning road flares and wearing my coat. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. Let's finish my overalls. I'm going to bust out my table now that I have the sewing machine ready to fire. Do you know, I constantly talk about sewing machine maintenance, but I say that more to remind myself. Because I do go from project to project and I won't replace the needle or I'll do something sloppy and then I get sloppy results, you know. And I know Kilroy thinks it's big sewing machine propaganda, but you're supposed to change your sewing needle with every project. And it is a bit propaganda-ish, and it does sell a lot of sewing needles, but those are the rules. I didn't make them up. All right. Even my table is furry now. All right. So I am right where we left off. And the funny thing is I had some of my red fur on top of my dryer, so there's a ton of red fur on the other pieces of denim that I'm going to be using. So this is going to be gray denim with a bit of fur. I'm still thinking about bringing it in just a little bit, but looking at it from this angle, I don't know if I will or not. I'm going to sew it and see what it looks like. All right. And I still have Sammy Hagar stuck in I Can Drive 55. I went through a Van Halen phase when I was weirdly like 17, 18, and 19. So I weirdly know every single Van Halen song that Sammy Hagar has ever sang. All right. But I know I'm not the only person out there that's gone through a Van Halen phase. Okay. I maintain and don't use them to the utmost. Hold on, me. I got mad in another stream. They used a white instead of a off white for a border. Uh, I'm glad I didn't miss that comment. I'm glad I did. I maintain and don't use them the utmost or sharpen. That is true. Changing your sewing machine needles is a steaming pile of big sewing bullshit. That is so far. That is the comment of the evening so far. Kilroy was here so far has a comment of the evening. Hold on, let's go back to that because eventually we're gonna skip past this. I don't want to forget this. That is hilarious. God, that's something the vest is throwing off the look. What you're making? I agree. I need to take my vest off to really look. And considering I live in long sleeve, this is gonna be a great way to measure. I'm still in a Van Halen phase. Me too. His look is already thrown off. You know, it really bothers me when I walk. Oh, absolutely. When I walk into a store and I feel judged by people. But you know, I dress like Judas Priest. You know, so what do I expect? Okay, awesome. Let me adjust this. Although these are really cool, I have to take my nostalgia shoes off. Oh, again, I'm really stoked. I got these for a couple bucks at my local thrift store. They're literally unused. I'm still kind of shocked. Part of me thinks it's I'm not a shoe person. Like when I get shoes like those, I'm going to skate in those. Or, do something semi-athletic because that's what they're meant for. When I get hiking boots, I go hiking with them. I don't think I have a pair of shoes that I do not use, is what I'm trying to say. So awesome, Commander. So it's weird to me when I buy a pair of shoes at the thrift store and they're like really semi-unused. But you never know what the story is. Oh, my sewing machine is so happy that it's not fur, that it's punching through. Beautiful. Perfect. There's something in the way. Okay, here we go. Beautiful. Do you know, it made me laugh when I walked into the pat shop and the guy was like, "Hi, Godless Sewing," and I was like, "How do you know that?" And he says, "It's your name. It's on your tag." And I was like, "Oh yeah." He was so polite and so happy to see me because he knows that I'm gonna go crazy in there. All right. All right. So I'm gonna check my seams on this. Overcasting, yeah, I am because I like that look. I like that. I really like that look. It reminds me, even this denim, all of it reminds me of how overalls used to look, or even the feel, everything. And so I like that stitchy look. I know it drives some people crazy. I can't remember her name, but there's a YouTuber. I'll look her up in a second, but she always zooms in on famous people's stitches and she's like, "Who designed your clothes?" I would. I am literally her worst nightmare. I love a good stitch on top of everything, especially when you can see all of them. Perfect. I bet it's right up, proper pocket. I love the overcast look. Thank you, thank you. I love that look. And I've been watching that video. Come on, so I'm thinking about making some dungarees. Okay, so I have a question. What's the difference between overalls and dungarees? Are dungarees just is just we don't call them dungarees because I thought it was just lost in translation, but when you look it up, there are many things that are sold as this. These are overalls, these are dungarees. Okay. All right. So before I attach this, I have to make my back piece. And this time I am not going to make a giant back piece. And I'm also going to make my straps. And sorry, Commander, I talk too much. How are you?
Oh, all right.
Awesome. Awesome. How was your day?
Oh, all right. I have to go to work later today and then Monday, and hopefully I'll get work again. It's like a catch 22. If you have time to yourself, you don't have any money. So,
Oh, I know what you're saying. So I say to myself every day when I get up and go to work. Like, if you like everything you have, keep going. An online friend of mine just reminded me of an overcoat sewing machine, the American buttonholer and overseam sewing machine, Model M. Oh, that sounds awesome. I need to go to the antique. I need to go to Rooster's Relics again. Like, he always gives me a really good price, and he pulls something out. He's like, excuse me. He's always like, "Oh, this looks old." Yeah, it's 120. The last sewing machine I bought off of him it was 120 years old.
Rooster's Relics.
He's somebody who always gives me a really, really good deal. And people like that are smart because I'm gonna keep coming back and buying more and more. How
They
is
got you
everything?
addicted.
Well, yeah, that's how they get you. They're like, "Oh, I'll give you a good price the first time."
Oh my goodness, that place has like tons of retro road signs right outside the door.
A ton. And it used to have a I'm glad I put it in one of my videos because when I walked back there, it wasn't there anymore. There was a giant head in the back of the property. I mean, like, it was like 10 feet wide, like 9 feet tall. It was a giant head.
Was it of the God, what's that fat child that is like Big Boys or something or other?
Oh, Bob's
Burgers.
Big Boy.
Was that the head?
No, those are really coveted here. Those actually, like, if you find a real original Bob's Big Boy, or even the Bob's Big Boy that used to sit outside the stores, because they were anywhere from 4 feet to like 8 feet, those are worth a ton of money. Awesome. It's actually on my thank you, Alibaba. Those, like, the Bob's Big Boy, any paraphernalia, anything from that, I would instantly resell. Because, like, there are certain sewing machines that I don't show because I sell them instantly. Like, I buy them, I'm like, laughing as I get the price, and then I instantly go and sell them, you know. But I keep most of them.
When I lived in Florida, there was a ton, I mean, a ton of thrift stores, and then in Virginia too. And it was fun to go in there and try to find stuff that they miss. We would find Lennox, we would find some expensive pottery, and
I have a list of stuff I'm always looking for, especially like the irradiated glass, like all kinds of stuff.
uranium glass.
The market goes up and down though, but Christmas is coming, so I guarantee you I'm gonna sell a bunch of sewing machines. Big boy is super rare, worth a mint. If he's buried, let me see. I don't know if I know because I have my white rotary in front of it. I have a Master Chief from Halo. It's a statue. It's about 3 feet tall. It's Master Chief standing on rubble. It's a Halo advertisement. They never sold it in stores. It was only from certain video game stores had it. And I have one. And they
That's
resell.
awesome.
They resell for $2,000 or $3,000. Like the beat. Oh, this is perfect for a strap. Oh, that's perfect. I just have to cut the edges off. Let me see if I can find the other edge. Actually, I can use this whole thing for a strap. Perfect. Let's find the back. How big do I want the back? It's worth a decent amount of money, though. I was actually really shocked. How little do I want? Well, I have to do some math real quick. Because I do not want the back of my overalls to be tiny, but I also do not want them to be too big. So I need to measure my pants. Are there a lot of thrift stores where you live now, Commander?
No, because I live out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Yeah. I could see that. And online friend of mine, you know what's really funny? Like, when I drive to the beach, there's some like pretty, really small towns, and they always have a Goodwill in them. That used to be part of my route when I would go to Ventura, because just even before I got to the first Goodwill in Ventura, I would hit 3 Goodwills along the way on a lonely 2-lane highway. Oh man, that just is total Hotel California. An online collector friend of mine found a Singer New Family circa 1866 3/4 cabinet, super rare bell guard. Wow. The bell guard can only fit. Wow. There's a whole list of things that I go looking for when I'm on my picking my it's because I watched that show, American Pickers. Did you ever watch that show?
Yes.
I was already enthused about finding stuff in general. And I know that show is super staged, but it got me hyped up for finding stuff, because when you really are out there, you really do find rare stuff. Okay, so that is all one piece.
When I'm driving the truck through smaller towns, there's always antique dealers every fucking where.
Do you know what's that's well on the I can hear Kilroy screaming in the comments. We don't have too many, like we have antique shops, but not like on the East Coast. Like you rarely see Victorian furniture, and if you do, it's a high price. And when I was on the East Coast, I saw it all over the place. I loved American Pickers. I loved how they were able to powder coat things. I wish I could find stuff like they did. Like even if you're even like in like I've been antiquing for a very long time. And I resell stuff all the time, but not like the stuff I found on the East Coast. So you guys have antique shops we have in thrift stores? I live that American Picker's life. I get people worldwide sending me pictures of singers. Oh, Alibaba. If you lived any closer, I'd put you in my truck and we'd go sewing machine shopping. I always need an accomplice. All right, I have to focus. Do you know this might be perfect for the back for my overalls? Let me see the front. I may just line this and move on with my life. So, like, I know you probably haven't moved, but when you do you buy new furniture or would you go to like a Goodwill and buy furniture?
If I
Like, if you had the chance,
I
like, sorry, go ahead.
I would just buy new furniture. Well, I have a storage unit down in Virginia, pod that I still haven't brought up here.
I in my storage unit, I have the contents of my grandmother's house, the leftover stuff from my father, and any other family member in between. So I know how it is to have a bunch of furniture in storage. You know what? I'm gonna go for it.
I've been paying about $300 a month to have that stored.
That's still cheaper than California. If I told you how much my storage was, my storage is like a car. It's like another car payment. Well, I don't have car payments because I own all my vehicles, but it's what I would imagine a car payment. I recently had to switch my card over, and it reminded me of how much money I was paying, and I'm just like, I need to take all of this out of here. I like going to used furniture places, but honestly, if I was furnishing a new place, I'd bring my desk and bed and get the rest from IKEA. Mm. I've actually seen some really interesting videos of people putting IKEA furniture together. So I'm not anti IKEA. And one of the largest ones I've seen besides Seattle is in Burbank, California. I drive past it every time I go to downtown, and you can see that thing from the freeway. It's so huge. It's the largest one I've ever seen. do, do you have IKEA where you live? Well, just could you in your area, Commander?
Well, there's some malls and stuff. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I could find an IKEA. I don't know how the mall stays alive, but it does.
The one by my house is trying. They're trying. The yuppies they're smart because they keep on putting really fancy restaurants and people are foodies in my town. So they're smart in that sense. And I'm part of the Chamber of Commerce. And every time we have a mixer at the mall, I go in the mall and I make a right towards Sears, and the entire what I would consider east side of the mall is abandoned. And it's really eerie because you go to the left where the fountain is and it's just alive, and the music's piping through the whole mall. But it's eerie when I go on the other side. It's a huge mall and it's abandoned. Well, half of it is.
From what I hear, the Back to the Future Mall is dying, if not dead.
Huh. That's within like If I took surface streets, it's about a 20-minute, 25-minute drive from my house, where Marty McFly and Doc Brown took off. And people go there every year.
I'm just deciding whether or not to pay to promote some videos.
What do you mean, like on YouTube?
Yeah.
I've always wondered about that, because I'll see a video and I'm like, why is this in my feed? And then I look and it'll say sponsored, you know?
That's what I mean. If I pay to promote a video, it might send the video to someone who simply, yeah, they might sub to this video, but they're not going to like the rest of the content. And then they're going to be a dead sub, and that hurts you in the algorithm.
It's almost worse than not subbing. One of the malls around here was dead, but then a Harbor Freight and a farm store went in, and now they're actually afloat. I love Harbor Freight, especially when I love Harbor Freight. We all know that I've given the commercial a few times. I have their rollaways. Like I do not play. If the tool doesn't break, I'm not going to sit here and judge it. So I'm deciding if I should. You know what? I'm just going to cover this and keep going. Let me find something beautiful to line this with. So I've been watching your streams and stuff. How's the UFO debunking going?
Oh, it's going okay. Because I had work tomorrow and it wasn't planned. I gotta push the debunking of Alex Jones back, but it'll give me more time to do the research. That one I'm going to be trying to do some serious and with comedy, because you can do that with that douchebag.
Oh, absolutely. I wear Kermit the Frog because he made that comment about the frogs. Harbor Freight used to be super sketchy, but now as long as you know what to buy, they're just as good as Home Depot or Lowe's. I agree with you. And the all like honestly, the quality is all like Kilroy said, depending on what you're buying, it's all this from the same factory anyways. I don't know why.
And I did have a newer video that I put out today, basically making fun of and debunking Russian trolls. I found just a treasure trove of never-ending derp because of you know know some mods on some channels, and they let me know, well, here's where we put all the most bizarre and stupid quotes, posts from the Russian trolls. So now I have a never-ending stream of material. And that avatar is basically based off a picture of me from like 10 years ago at my thinnest.
I still put a picture like my abs picture is from a couple years ago.
I'm getting back there, but
no, trust me, I kind of look like that abs picture, but not necessarily a carbon copy of myself. And let's be real, that was that was like right in the middle of the pandemic. Well, it was the summer of the pandemic. We still didn't know what was going on.
oh, that was the one of the shittiest years in all of human history. Karen was unleashed upon the earth, and
I have no ab pics. I have flab pics if need. We know where to go, Alibaba. We know where to go.
Let me just read one post by a Russian troll that I'm looking at from that was nuked off Ukraine matters. Russia will annex Tasmania because of Nazi Tasmanian devils. They will free the Tasmanian people from the and return them to historical Russian roots.
No.
That's the kind of bullshit.
I'm passionate about all kinds of stuff that no one cares about, but I've learned not to comment. because one day someone is going to be doing to my comment what you're doing right now. This is why, because I have I'm a human being, so I have feelings about a lot of things, but this is why I don't say certain things. Oh, that's hilarious. And Alibaba says, I have to say, I do have a six-pack, but light. The only ab pics I have is if the abs light comes on in my car. The ABS. Even I knew it.
Over the past month, I've been able to lose about 10 pounds.
That's awesome. I think I might have found that 10 pounds that I'm kidding. All right, let me see.
And then I wind up over the past 2 weeks going to a buffet and then and so I got to watch it or else it's going to come back real fast. So your body wants to do that. It wants to keep you at a certain weight.
Oh, I think I have to replace the blade. Do you know, we do not have too many buffets near my house anymore. Ever since the plague, they have completely dropped off. You have buffets by your house?
Well, there's one there's still one in existence in the area. And it's kept alive. I don't know how, but probably because it's the only one left in the area.
This happened to me last time. My blades are somewhere around here. We had an auction here in the House of Parliament, and they were thinking of is virtue signals saying that they're all against Russia. Most normal people would know against Russia in World War II would be Axis, but so many stood up and clapped in Parliament. I saw that. I have a nice Chinese buffet here. I miss buffets. I miss buffets. I wish they were around. I saw Alibaba. I saw everything that you were talking about.
They just need to learn how to vet people better. Because, like, how many years ago was that? Almost 80 years. And they managed, that whole thing back then, it was a shit show. You had to pick, if you were in Ukraine, you had to basically pick between communists or Nazis, and both of those shitheads left piles of bodies in their wake like no one has, like the world has never seen before.
The buffets are still as strong as before 2020. We have one by my house, but I can't say what restaurant it is because they didn't respect any of the COVID restrictions. and they would like do all kinds of stuff they're not supposed to. So they pride themselves on not, they're the rebels restaurant, so to speak.
We're perpetual malcontents and proud.
And the owner, a long time ago, they used to have a Sunday brunch. And if you get there before the church crowd, it's the greatest thing ever. So we used to go there all the time. And one day there was a Ferrari there, and it was parked right at the restaurant. It's at the end of this really weird shopping center. So there's this really weird alleyway before there's this giant building. It's a bank or whatever it is nowadays. So there's a giant Ferrari sitting in this lane. And I'm like, staring at it. I'm like, man, that's beautiful. And I asked the owner, I was like, whose car is that? He's like, it's my car. That man owns a real show Ferrari, like a showpiece. They didn't care about betting at all. It was about virtue signaling. They were against Russia. That would be cool if I made enough money selling that I could buy a Ferrari. And then I probably wouldn't buy a Ferrari.
Well, even if I could buy a Ferrari, you're right. Why would you buy a vehicle, right? That it screams, please come and kidnap me and ransom me back to my family. And then your insurance payment is going to be thousands of dollars a month.
And those cars instantly depreciate the second you drive them off the lot.
Yeah, and the thing is, right? I lived in South Florida, and there were people selling Jaguars. Not basically like 4-year-old Jaguars for under $2,000 because the rich people just drove them into the fucking ground. And there was this one person who at a yard sale was selling a 911 Porsche for it was about $8,000.
Oh, wow.
And that had been beaten into the ground for that price. But all the expensive sports cars are going to be beaten into the ground by the time they're sold.
Do you know, recently somebody had a free motorcycle up on this page on Facebook, and part of me was like, I wonder how stolen that is. And the other part of me was like, I wonder if it fits in my truck. But I didn't get it. I have actually, I kind of jumped when you were talking about selling Jaguars. I know someone that owned one, and I was surprised at how much money that we got when we sold their old Jaguar. It was a 1992, and it was brown, and it still sold for over $4,000.
Well, this was South Florida, and this was in the early 2000s. And, after the plague, the value of cars went up.
Alibaba says, I know a couple people that have Ferraris. I can't fit into a Ferrari or a Lambo. I was talking about this with my mom. She was like, should I buy a Mazda Miata? I said, I'll never sit in your car. And even at my height, I can't fit in a Miata. Most Ferraris and Lambos are owned by the bank. That is so true, Commander. I know lots of people that have those machines. They run them into the ground and keep them pristine, especially the Porsche. I bought a new overall pattern from Joann's yesterday. Simplicity McCall's patterns were on sale. Pam, you are like selling Utah for me. Everything is so expensive here. And for anyone who jumps, I've been to Utah many a time. And it's just like anywhere else.
You know, I once contacted the John Wesley Powell Museum. I think it's in Utah or Arizona. And they basically blocked my phone number because I asked them, "Do you have any information on his radical republicanism back when that was cool rather than made you a pariah?"
And they blocked you for that, huh?
Well, a little bit more than that. But I basically like I kind of said a few things that, well, again, I could just use another phone. But they didn't like relatives calling back and basically, um, because he's like an ancestor of mine, and I was rubbing it in their face that my mom was Jewish, but the republicanism didn't transfer. You know how Jews reject people if their mommies aren't Jews. So I was like, the republicanism didn't transfer because me mommy was a Jewish Democrat, and I was basically putting them in the place of the first century Pharisee because I knew that the area was heavily Republican.
Really quickly, just by checking, I think there is a sale at my Joann's. I will be going tomorrow because I need an assistant. I need someone I can call and be like, go to Joann's and get every pattern that has a guy on the front.
Joann's Fabric is a good place to go to get all kinds of stuff.
I was intimidated one time because I went there and my yellow coat, I spent a decent amount of money for the fabric. And I always have that thrifter in me where I'm like, I could always get this somewhere cheaper, but it's quality fabric. Just like even
I
today.
went,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry,
No,
I
please go
went
ahead.
to I went to Joann's Fabric because I wanted some Velcro that you could that had the sticky on the back, because I wanted to make a suit where you could basically just throw yourself on a wall and stick to it. Have you ever done that?
That would be cool. Making a Velcro suits are awesome, actually. Now that I think about it, I've seen like full Velcro suits.
I think the Men in Black hold the patent for that.
There's a place in my town that's a giant jumpy house. I would hate to have the insurance for that. I would hate to be the insurance adjuster for that place, but um they have Velcro suits where you can run on trampolines and jump against the wall. And they'll rip you down. It's actually fun. I've done it multiple times.
When I
My
lived in Florida, um, someone had a rentable inflatable bounce house that they had for their kid's birthday. And what was fun was when I looked at my electrical meter, it was going nuts. So I shut the power off to my house. And like 4 doors down, when I shut the power off to my house, the bouncy house started deflating. And they called me a jerk for shutting off the bouncy house from my house where I was paying their electricity. But bouncy houses are fun.
jinx, it was David Lee Roth. You guys, like, I want to say the place, but I don't want to dox myself because it like literally would be doxing me. But it's a really fun thing to do, and because everyone I know has kids, people end up having parties there all the time. Oh, that's gonna look great. I love this material. I wish I remember what store I got it from, but I'm using it as the inside for my overalls, and that's gonna be the back. Usually the back's way wider, so judge me all you want. I'm gonna be wide back sewing, and that's okay.
One thing I have to do next time I drive down to Virginia to visit friends is somewhere north of DC. There is a indoor skydiving place that I have to stop at.
Those are fun. I did the equivalent of that in Hollywood. Like if you ever see a dating show on TV or if they're ever at the Hollywood Outdoor Mall, I did that. That it was so much fun. Now in the internet era, they'll put it on your phone for you. You should definitely do that. Are you a Daredevil type?
No, but it's safe. So
Because I did
you
bungee
know
jumping. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
the only times where I ever did something dangerous, it was because I was suicidal. Well, actually, when I was a kid, I did daredevil stuff, and then I fell out of a tree, broke my leg, and then I didn't do daredevil stuff again, and then the
I did I did bungee jumping, and I'm gonna tell you, the second I jumped, I regretted it. It was one of the most exhilarating things I've ever done in my life. But the second I jumped, I was like, "Oh, this was a bad idea."
no, I don't think I would be doing the bungee jumping.
This was I was in my 20s. This was literally 20 something years ago.
I mean, I will visit a fucking war zone, but as far as you know, purposefully jumping off got a giant crane with bungee cords that simply put I'm trying to remember. There's actually a video on the YouTubes of one of these bungee slingshot things actually breaking just before the people were going to be launched.
They have
And
those
that
at the amusement park by my house, and I've known quite a few people that have done that. Oh.
I don't like heights.
Pam, it's okay. I think what Alibaba is saying is true. I think Joanne's might be going out of business. And there's a YouTuber, I can't remember her name, but she is one day she'll be thrifting in like somewhere in New York, and then she's like, I'm in Italy, I'm in London, I'm thrifting in London. But she went to a Joann's when it was going out of sale, and she bought all of the cabinets. So she literally bought every single pattern that they had. I was so dangerous growing up, never hurt myself. Looking back was what was I thinking? I was so lucky. I think the same. I think exactly the same. Same here, Ollie. I got a Pontiac up to 135. Lucky I didn't die and get thrown in jail. See, but that's why I loved the story of Captain Picard so much. Because if you get into the story of Captain Picard when he was younger, he was this just crazy person. But when we meet Captain Picard in 1988, he's this utterly and complete teetotaling human, you know? Mountain biking before the mountain bike downhill on a Paperboy Sears bike. Heck yeah, solid bike. Oh, those were the days. I have seen Joanne's filing for bankruptcy. I'm gonna go off if they do. I'm gonna be like that one woman, that YouTuber I saw. Well, if you have a friend to get you, you have to get some patterns close by. You still have 30 minutes left. Oh, I would get a ticket if I drove in my town at this time of night. I live so LA is a funny place, and you either have the sheriffs or the Los Angeles Police Department, and I have the lucky happenstance of being in the jurisdiction of the sheriffs. They do not joke around.
I know you said that all the sheriffs start out as prison guards versus the LAPD. They get to start out with the general public, so they're not as jaded.
Not at all. Not at all. That I was speeding in my truck. There's there's a street that connects my town into the other jurisdiction. So I was speeding and I'm coming up this industrial road. There's no cars. And I start slowing down because there's a red light and I pull right up next to an LAPD. The cop looks at me and he's like, I'm really shocked that your truck can go that fast. If the sheriffs had seen me do that, they literally would have let me fly past them so they can get me on their radar and ticket me. They would have ticketed me, 5 ways to Tuesday. The LAPD, they're much more lenient. 6 PBL really set out for block up. Oh wow. So there's a huge, and I'm not saying that the LAPD are the shining beacon of hope, but like they're much more lax than the sheriff. They're just two different. It's just a different mentality. Like you said, our sheriffs, they work in a prison for 4 years before they're on the street. And here in California, we have more prisons than even Texas. So they're always employed. All right, I'm gonna have to move this. All right, so basically, all I have to do is make my straps, and then I'm gonna have my actual functioning overall. I'm excited for these because these are denim. I'm gonna be wearing these all the time. That's why I made the pockets huge.
Oh, and one thing I found for weight loss, think of it. What is watermelon mostly composed of?
Water.
Water. But it fills you. And it gives you a little bit of flavor. And it's something like 300 or 400 calories per pound. So you can eat 2 pounds of it, get about it's not bad because you're full for the next 8 hours or so. Just a suggestion.
Hope Texas didn't hear that. There will be another sale
This
in a
would be
month.
like, hold my beer.
Oh, good grief! I
And
was
then they'd
so
go out and
embarrassed.
do something horrible, right?
I was so. Do you know during 2020 is when I was hanging out with all the people from the UK, and they were like, "Do you know people are burning snow in Texas?" And I was like, "We don't count them." I was kidding. I'm kidding. I'm
Because the snow
joking. We
ain't
love
real.
Texas. No, we love Texas. You know what? If you took a general IQ of people in California, our dropout rate is so high that they give incentive to seniors to graduate. Like, so no one can talk in California. And we just passed people. People got caught. Do you know it's really thank you so much, Pam. There'll be another pattern sale in a month or so. Um I used to go to Hobby Lobby a lot, and I do not go anymore. We've heard the story a million times, so I'll spare you. But they put their whole entire store on sale every other week. Literally, the entire store is 50% off. They wondered how they stayed open.
Well, they basically have to make it up in volume now.
So part of me always thinks that Hobby Lobby is going out of business, but they're just picked clean by the time I get there because I'm not going to get up when it first opens.
The
And fight all the
closest Hobby Lobby to me is the Destiny Mall in Syracuse. I don't go there. I go to the mall. I don't go to Hobby Lobby.
You know, I can look past someone's politics. I just wasn't impressed last time I was there. The way I was treated. I was not impressed. And so now I choose to go other places. But then I discovered downtown, and you couldn't keep me on the farm once I figured out the prices in downtown, you know? Like even today for
When
that
you
red,
discovered the downtown wasn't as bad as everyone made it out to be.
even on what used to be some of the scariest streets on Los Angeles, I did a giant loop today, and I kind of went on a whoopsie, you shouldn't go down that street, and I looked and it was clean and nobody was on it. When 20 years ago it was wall to wall tent city down there. So I don't know. But then there's certain YouTubers that go down there and make it look like it's the worst place on earth. I do not see it. But I'm only in a very specific area. And what a lot of people do not talk about is that whole area has been gentrified.
There's actually my company takes product to a co-op in Philly.
Uh-huh.
And you go under these bridges when you get off the highway, and it looks, because the bridges are just dilapidated and stuff. But, just because something has a dilapidated look doesn't mean that it's actually dangerous. I mean, you go down the street going to this co-op, and there are actually people parking in the middle of the fucking street. But like, it's busy and there's business. And then I actually wound up making the wrong turn because the GPS said, hey, you can go through here and save some time. So I got off the highway in Philly, almost got in a traffic accident, but it took me through West Philadelphia, supposedly the hood, and it looked, it didn't look like anything that, these people are like, and we were in Philly and we were in the car, and then the gangs threw something at the car to tell us to fuck off. And
do you know the second you said West Philadelphia, I got the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air theme
I know.
In West Philadelphia. We all know the song. I'll spare you. I'm probably get a copyright strike with my luck lately. Let's see if these are long enough. I always make my straps too long, so I'm trying not to make them ginormous this time.
You never want to take a tractor trailer through there. I barely made it out with like a half an inch between hitting a car in front of me and knocking down a light pole in back of me, but I made it. So, the whole street there were cars in the middle of the street. So like the GPS was like, yeah, you can fit a truck through here. And yeah, you could if there wasn't any cars there.
Downtown LA is like that too. There's people standing in the middle of the street trying to get you to park places. They're lucky I wear my glasses down there. They're literally standing in the middle of the street.
And then my company sent me to some place. God, it was on Long Island, or it might have been Queens. Fuck, I forget. But there was the whole place was down a one-way street, and there wasn't any place to park because it was so every 20 minutes I had to move and drive around the whole fucking block in streets which were meant for basically designed for horses and buggies 100 something years ago.
Oh, you know that's the one thing about the West Coast is that we have wide streets. You know, it's really funny when I'm thinking of Arizona. Arizona is on a grid, and you need a car if you live in the Phoenix area because everything is so spread out. But LA is like that too, where everything like is the streets are planned. Even on the 2-lane highway I'm thinking of, well, it used to be a 1-lane highway. They made it bigger, you know. But downtown is the last place where it's like the original buildings with the original faces and everything. Well, original, I should say 1930s, 40s, and 50s and 60s. All right, I need to start lining this. Do you know what though? So when you were talking about making a wrong turn on a in Philly, it made me think of videos I watch where they show human devastation, and I think they pick one street and then turn around and go back up the other street, you know? And I'm not saying it's not
Well,
there. Oh, go ahead.
I didn't see the human devastation, and this was um this whole thing was like between downtown and the zoo where it took me. But it definitely took me on streets which were not intended for tractor trailers.
The sewing factory that I called and over ambitiously asked how much was that puppy in the window. The building that I go into where my guy is doing has this fabric machine and all that stuff I always buy. That building is the original building from the 1940s. And then the guy told me, and I drove past it today, and I finally looked up, and you can see gargoyles on top of the building and stuff, so you can tell it's an old school building because they cared about when they built it. Because all on the industrious side of downtown, it's all the older buildings. Because when you get more towards the U.S. Bank building, everything is brand new over there. That's why downtown is such a clash.
Oh, are you going to get that puppy in the window? Or
No, because I don't know. We'll see. You if you see a video of I just bought a sewing factory because I'm compulsive. But I don't think it would be a bad investment. But
yeah, but you'd have fun.
could be World War II manufacturing. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised. Like um I lived in Portland and I worked in downtown Portland. And the city of Portland, quite literally, they would build it on top, on top, on top of each other. And they would keep the old architecture under the new architecture. And LA is like that. So I would not be shocked. That manufacturing building. I would not be shocked if it wasn't a World War II building. They're better built. There's two buildings at my job that are World War II fallout shelters, and they're still up to code. Let's just put it that way. Every time they get inspection, the inspectors are like, "Wow, they built this thing to last." It's because they cared back then.
Well, I mean, they wanted to make sure that whoever built it, they wanted to make sure that they didn't die in nuclear fire.
It's the gym, and the funny thing is, the gym I'm in is rated to take a 1950s nuclear blast.
That was before the hydrogen bomb.
And because all the stuff was built in the 50s, it was in that era, you know. Fun fact about that gym I'm in, it actually has certs and everything.
If I ever become extremely wealthy, I want my own fortress of doom on top of a mountain where I can just stand there and survey everything and laugh with lightning.
So I've done the research. Moats are expensive. I'm not kidding you. I've looked up castles in England and I'm like, that's a lot of money.
And the thing is, I really wouldn't want to buy an old castle, right? Because just think how much you have to spend to renovate it. Someone Luigi's Mansion, right? Someone tried to do a estimation of, because in Luigi's Mansion or whatever, you supposedly get the mansion
Uh-huh.
in the game. So how much is the mansion worth? So they tried to do an estimation. This was a YouTube video. And it turns out, let's say you buy a mansion that was built in the 1890s because you need to add modern heating and cooling and insulation and all that fun stuff, electricity, if it doesn't already have it, or bring it up to code. It turns out you probably just want to build a new mansion because the price you pay per square foot is a lot less than you would on a modern dwelling, but the amount of money that you have to pay to bring everything up to modern standards is quite steep.
I might have to come
And
all
in
the way
some
across the
cases, you wouldn't
country.
be able to do it.
not. Oh, Kilroy, I'm glad I read that comment. Yes. Am I gonna have to come all the way across the country and give you a slab to give you a knockoff with the buy a factory idea? No, no, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy a factory. I promised my predecessor I wouldn't buy a Ferrari or make any stupid purchases. The puppy loved me and well ate socks and spread. Do you know the problem? It's like I've learned from property owners, like, okay, is there a return? There's so many questions, as we all know, and there just wouldn't be a return on it. I have helped restore a moat in Germany. Man, that's a lot of money. I can refit an 1890s mansion I have. It is steep. You see, you have to be rich. If you're getting a dog, don't get a puppy. My problem is I get too emotionally attached with a dog. Even like with my cat, I'm out there talking to my cat in my backyard. I'm like, don't get pregnant. Do not bring your stray friends over here. I get too attached. To a dog. I had a dog that lived. Cleophas lived like I've told the story. Cleophas lived forever. So you are right, Pam. No, because getting a puppy, it's like having a child.
Oh, yes. They're adorable. They shit all over the place. They tear everything apart. You have to train them. I had a teacup Yorkie I inherited from the cousin that we left in the racist Roman Catholic cousin that we left in a Reformed Jewish cemetery because she was such a bitch. And that stupid little dog, cute as could be, it took, I think it was 13 or 14 years to get it to use to paper train it because
How
it was
long?
so goddamn dumb.
How long?
Basically, almost its entire life. It
Oh, that
took to
makes me
paper
jump.
train it because it was so goddamn dumb. It was just so stupid. It was cute, but it was stupid.
My ex-wife had a half min pin, half chihuahua. And guess what we didn't fight over when we got divorced? We did not fight over the dog. And Lulu lived forever too. That's another dog that lived way longer than she should have. Oh, where's my pin cushion? And I'm gonna say, as a expert, min pins are awesome dogs, but hang out with one and tell me if you want to own one.
I'm probably gonna have to get going soon because I need to get some sleep before I dispatch.
No worries. I need to find my pin cushion. But yeah, I owned a miniature pinscher, and those dogs are, they think they're full body Doberman pinschers.
I have to get a vest or something like that that you have only with the penguins with the power armor all over it.
I guarantee you, if you went to the pet shop that I go to and you told them that you wanted armor penguins and came back the next day, they would make it for you. Those people are hardcore. Like I told you, like they were looking at my patches. I guarantee you, when I walk in, they're gonna have Slayer patches and everything there. What did
Well, give me the name of the place, and if I'm ever in LA, I'll stop by.
I have to look it up, but it's easily found because it's one of a kind. They're extremely smart because all the other patch shops are really old and have really old patches, but this place, they're smart because they make things that people want.
But I mean, have a good night, and everyone have a good night.
It was great talking to you, Commander. Thanks for coming by. All right. Just take care of the cat. Leave the dog to someone else. I don't have the emotional space for a dog anymore. I get too attached. The cats are. Oh, I'm gonna cry if my cat is. I love my puppy. She's a sweet, friendly dog. Aw. She's 3 and now almost 8 pounds. Aw. One plus the dog is she eats leftovers. No one else wants to eat. That's one thing I miss about having a dog is that they are trash compactors. They're better than trash compactors. Only bad thing is she does is get in my husband's neck pillow and humps it. Oh, I do miss having a dog. Dogs are crazy. We got my dog a pillow with Snoopy and said my friend. Aw. I do miss having a dog. It's just like I said, I don't have the emotional space for a dog. I wish I did. Have a great night, Commander. Yay. All right. Once I find my pincushion, I'm gonna line this. Because this is the point of the project where I'm like, should I line it or should I not? No, I need to keep going and finish what I started. Oh, that's gonna bother me. But whatever, I'll find it in a really inconvenient moment. Oh, let me get my phone. Awesome. So I know I say this every week, but I'm gonna try to not go thrifty. I'm gonna try to not go downtown. I'm gonna try to use what I have. I've gone completely crazy as far as patches. I've officially purchased every patch I've ever wanted. I took my son there. He's officially purchased every patch he's ever wanted. All right. Perfect. So I think this week I will try to chill out. I'm I'm unsure about lining an overall. I just don't want. Is this material gonna fray though? Yeah, I got to keep going. I started this one. I got to finish it. All right. Let me move this. I want a very distinct look with this, and I'm also securing my lining with this as well. So I'm gonna stick with what I started because I just realized that this is gonna secure the lining. Okay. Perfect. See, once I get that initial pin in, I can just perfect. Oh, this is gonna look great. I do like the oversized look. I like the big back. It's more support, I guess. I don't know. But I love the wide back. I've actually done that almost on every single one of my overalls. I'm gonna make the back a little bit more in this time. Pam, kick your kids out. Oh no, we don't encourage. We don't encourage people kicking out their child. I will tell you though, when I was in high school and all my brothers and sisters moved out, my my parents looked at me one day and they're like, "All right, look, we're gonna give you a secret. We're not as broke as we used to say we were, and we're gonna go out to eat all the time." Because I was the last kid left in the house, so my parents and we went out all the time. Because they went from having an army of kids to only having one, so they were like, don't say anything. Oh, yep. No more craft thrift stores. Shopping for me, I'm bursting at the seams. Where will I put it all? No, I agree. That's my problem too. That's my problem is like even with the shoes, I have to remind myself I just bought a really cheap pair of like I always justify it like, "Oh, I don't have one of those." I constantly see those ads on YouTube for like, "Oh, get these fancy pair of shoes for $5." And I was like, "Yeah, yeah, whatever." But then I went to Ross and I got a fake pair of hiking boots for a really reasonable price. And I was actually kind of shocked that those deals are real. And so I have to remind myself that I just recently bought a pair of shoes and then I just bought another pair of shoes. But I do need sneakers because I wear cowboy boots everywhere. All right, at least that's my justification. Pam, right now I think it would be best. It would be the best fabric will be the thing to get. Space distracts this thing from us all. I was thinking about getting a tough shed. Has anyone ever heard of a tough shed? I think they sell them at Home Depot or Lowe's. Someone I know got a tough shed and it's like a second house. I was really shocked on how much I liked it. But I'm thinking about getting a tough shed. And this person's tough shed was 2 stories high. They purchased the fancy tough shed. But I'm thinking about getting one. But the problem is if I get a 2-story tough shed, I'll be like, "Kid, you can have the house. I'm gonna go live in the tough shed." Me and my sewing machines. But knowing me, I'd fill that thing up in an hour. But I need storage for not only sewing machines. I have all kinds of fancy equipment that I need to store. But I'm sincerely thinking about buying a tough shed. But they're an investment, and the one I want, they build it on your property, so it's definitely an investment. And for as much as I keep on threatening to move, I guess I could take my tough shed with me. But that would be me admitting to myself that I am like the world's biggest. Oh. I haven't gone to my storage unit in a while. And I think part of it is that I do not want to be face to face with all of my hoardings. Because then I'll have to do something about it. Okay. Buy a shipping container and have them park it in your yard. I have some lined overalls only because the main fabric was thin. Do you know why I'm doing this? Is because I need a serger. a reliable serger. I know that's going to start controversy. Do you know, Gilroy, I think I would have to buy like a brand new shipping container because as somebody who has 2 or 3 of them at their job, like I would never build a shipping container house because there's a million problems. Yes, you do. Yeah, see, I knew Joy. Joy, I knew you would say something on that. But shipping containers actually it's a lot more of a problem than people paint it out. If someone lives in a shipping container house, I'm not trying to trash your house, but I haven't seen too many people who are satisfied with it 10 years later. But getting a shipping container to store stuff is not a bad idea. My job takes Halloween and Christmas serious, so they have a trailer for Halloween and Christmas. Oh, right. What's holding you back from getting a serger? I need to sit down for a second. Oh man, we've been going for 2 hours. Whoops, wrong button. Do you know what, honestly, it's more or less just excuse me. Why do I keep on hitting the wrong angle? I'm being a cheap Charlie. And I like options. And when I went to Walmart, the only serger I saw was for like $300 or $400. But then I went online and I saw a Juki that was way cheaper than that. So I don't know. Quite honestly, I do not have a good excuse for that. I think because I'm such a hardcore thrifter and I'm such an avid like charity shop guy, part of me cringes at paying full price. But let's be real, like I've paid full price for sewing machines. My Husqvarna Viking, I paid full price for that thing in 2019, and it was a lot of money. In the Victoria era, they never serged or overseamed gala sewing. Should learn the ways of antique sewing. I do. The thing is, I need to pay attention on those videos. I watch a lot of antique sewing. I fall asleep to I don't want to say his name, but Cornelius would be offended if he knew I fell asleep to his channel. Don't you have a surgery? I have several. But I combine the fact that he needs to suck it up and buy the gray serger is what's holding him back. Oh, the gray singer. I put the wrong glasses on, and that's actually kind of true. But you know what though? The gray singer, I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy it. If I see it at a thrift store and it's under like $30, I'll buy one. But I'm not gonna buy it full price. Too many people have like that. Like I'm not gonna buy a machine just to break it. That doesn't make sense. Juki is good. Excuse me. I've been shopping on Amazon, which always leads me to buy more patches. And I bought an embroidery hoop for my brother PPE 535. I was all excited. And then today I look at the invoice. It'll be here in 5 weeks. No worries, Alibaba. 5 weeks. I understand the paying the full price for something. If you can find it cheaper from thrifting is a plus. Exactly, Pam. And that's I think because I've become so lucky with sewing machines because years ago I paid full price for my Husqvarna Viking. And then as the years go on, I started buying more sewing machines, and there were like sewing machines that I purchased that work better than my Husqvarna Viking. Like my Singer Brilliance, I blew that thing out. My brother VX 809, both of those machines performed better than my Husqvarna Viking. But I think that's really what it is holding me back is paying full price. I just need to suck it up and do it. I don't know, but part of me has that like nowadays things are made to break. So I truly don't know. I have that weird consumer thing of like, what if I buy an older serger just because I know it's gonna work, you know? Who knows? Saw the Viking in half then. Why you keep using junk? My Viking has become a showpiece. And I told you the only reason I haven't given a Viking funeral is because you're not allowed to set things on fire around here at all, ever. Look at the parts. Plastic means you can ask for the upgrades to look at. Do you know what I was thinking about that, Alibaba? If I mailed my machine to the Husqvarna people, would they figure out what's wrong with it? Because I did pay full price for it, and it has failed on multiple levels. I'm talking interior parts, not the body. Exactly. Because they are plastic parts. And I think that's what's the most disappointing because my Husqvarna Viking was one of the most dependable sewing machines I ever had. And then one day it just said, I'm not doing this. And I don't blame it. I definitely used that machine. I pushed that machine beyond what was expected. So I'm not necessarily shocked that that machine doesn't work. I don't know. Part of me wants to suck it up and just buy one of those $4,000 or $5,000 Jukis that I see everyone have, or even one of the $10,000 one. But that's crazy. I don't know if I could bring myself to pay $10,000 for a sewing machine. But if anyone wants to sponsor me and send me a $10,000 sewing machine, you can send that to Godless Sewing at the Godless Sewing channel. All right. Let me cut some more strips. Me either way too much. Joy, there's a million, we probably all watch the same YouTubers, but there's that shot of someone sitting at their table and there's that famous Juki or they painted their Juki. Some of those machines are $10,000, and I'm like, that's just not even an option with me. If I had a $10,000 sewing machine, I would like I would be walking around. I'd have to put that thing on wheels because they would be going everywhere I went. Oh, 10K and up. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why it's some of these channels I'm like, a long time ago in the Gothic world, there was controversy because a lot of these people were doing fabric hauls and they're doing shoe hauls. And people were like, wait a minute, one pair of those boots are like 1,500 and you have 3 pairs. You have to be sponsored. And I feel like that in the sewing world. Like there's people that have $10,000, $11,000 sewing machines. I'm like, and they're in an apartment. And I'm like, I know you are sponsored, which by no means am I dogging. I'm just saying this out of pure sideline jealousy. If you buy a Juki new, you gotta make money with it. Exactly. That's like the people that buy those $1 million embroidery machines. I would be giving myself another job. You're just giving yourself another job. I know someone that actually is kind of up in the hip hop world and makes a lot of money. He has all the machines. He's a miserable human. I told the story. He makes all the clothes because people keep on trying to say like, "Oh, you need to talk to this guy. You need to talk to this guy. He's made all of this money off all these guys." And I finally did, and he told me the truth. He's like, "Yeah, but my machine, like, he doesn't even make enough money back." I just met a guy in Hawaii 2 days ago, just given a Juki. I went. Do you know, I think about that all the time. If you ever wanted to kidnap me, just put a free Juki sign on a van. Yes, I know my FOP Creative has all the bells and whistles. I never really use that. Do you know, and that's another thing I'm mad about my Viking. Like, there's so many stitches I didn't use. Oh, that reminds me. On my Morris sewing machine, there's a literal swan stitch. But I haven't been brave enough to put it on there because I just got the machine working again. And I haven't been brave enough to put it on the swan stitch because I don't want the whole machine just to go. But one day I will see if that Morris can push out that swan stitch. I wish he could make Hawaiian shirts. Laugh aloud, joyful joy. I hear this quite often. I'm mad about that about my Husqvarna. All right, so let me cut some more strips. That was a fruitful break. Coughed my brains out. Every time the weather changes, I get a bit sinusy, and that's not the most favorable thing. Okay. Let me see this comment. StreamYard is just like literally like 15, 20 seconds behind. Godless sewing. The swan stitch rotate by hand after oiling, then run without fabric, then test. That's a good idea. Because the timing was off and I just got the timing back on, and it's a sewing machine again. Because at first I thought my Morris was just a wall hanger. And and when I say wall hanger, I was surprised on how many people didn't understand that that term. It's just something that I'm not going to use that I put on display. But now my Morris sewing machine, I absolutely love Japanese clone sewing machines. So I was stoked to get a Morris because of the history and the story behind it. But besides the history behind it, it's a really good sewing machine. One of these days, I'm going to have a sewing machine stream. I'm just trying to figure out a way I can do it and not shut down all the electronics on my table, on my desk. All right. Oh, perfect. Beautiful. All right. Perfect. So after I get this going, I'm going to completely put this together and see what it looks like. Awesome. So after this, I'm going to make my straps and then add the front and the back. But first, I have to pin them because I learned last time I made my overalls a little too short. But my first pair was a bit experimental. Oh, right. And that's the beautiful thing about experience is that over time you get better. And people constantly talk about mistakes, but you know what? Mistakes are the best teachers. There are certain things that I have not repeated. I only did them once and I have not repeated them. Then there's certain mistakes I do them almost every time. Perfect. All right, let me get this pin in here. Or just make a video showing all your sewing machine collection one by one. That would take a while, but that's not a bad idea, Pam. One of the reasons I haven't been making too many videos is because YouTube has been just not kind to me whatsoever, but that's not a bad idea at all. I think the new overall pattern I picked up possibly could become a new favorite. I love that. That's awesome. I need a new pattern. I'm instantly like, oh, I need a new pattern. I love going through those drawers at Joann's or at Walmart. The one at my local Walmart's kind of hidden, and so you're really in the back of the store. Perfect. Perfect. All right. Oh, give me one quick second. All right. Nature was calling, and my neighbors are screaming at each other. I heard kind of a yelp, but then I was like, wait a minute. Young Mr. Sewing is in here, so there should be no peep in the house. And it's my neighbors. All right. That's the fun thing about being alone. Every time I hear a creak or something, I'm like, oh, what's that? Oh, excuse me. All right. Do you know, I always it's always the details that get you every time. But if you do not have certain standards, then everything you do will be subpar. And I have to constantly remind myself that. Well, if he did each machine in the video, it would be 2 hour. I would Def will be watching. It would be a 2 hour video. I try to get collectors to do this, but they misunderstood. Not like you're selling the machines, but show what it can do for real. You know, I was thinking about that too because, like, my 1910 Singer fired right up. I mean, that thing fired right up, and my all the ones that are made in Scotland, those things still work like they're brand new. So the overall pattern I got is McCall's M8437. I'm gonna write that down. I'm always looking for new patterns. I'm always looking for great ideas. All right. Let me adjust this chair. You know, I said this last time. For as much as I love my Golden Girls chair, I miss my office chair. But I guess I shouldn't go back to Staples, huh? Actually, let me check this corner before I start sewing. Yep. Had a bit of a flat tire on this one. Perfect. Beautiful. I know my sewing style is unorthodox, but this way really secures the seams. And I do it with material like something like this because this is something I'm going to be wearing every day. So I really want it to be in there. Perfect. Beautiful. Of course, I also got other patterns, and my daughter just had to get some fabric. Why not? Mom's the one paying. Do you know what's so funny, Pam? I'm like that when I go to the thrift store with Isaiah because there's certain days where I won't find anything. Every time Isaiah goes to the thrift store, he finds something amazing. And I'm always like, how come this doesn't happen to me? But he definitely has that eye. And I'm always like, why not? Pops is paying. I totally understand what you're saying. That happens to me a lot. But I'm glad that he has a healthy thrift habit and he's okay with that and not designer clothes. So I'll take one for the other. That's one joy of raising a kid near a thrift store. He's not necessarily a label snob necessarily. My daughter is a big enabler. She loves to go thrifting. Exactly. Oh, my son's the same way. I look at him. I'm like, you want to go to the thrift store? He perks up. He's like, yes, I do. We have a whole process, especially like if we go to the gas station, he gets a Slurpee, or if we go to 7-Eleven, he gets a hot dog and a Slurpee. Pops is paying. What the F? Who has the patch right now? Oh, we went crazy at the patch shop. That's why when I walked in, he's like, oh, where's your friend? I was like, you mean my son? He's like, yeah. It's like, yeah, you want him there because that young man was like, I want one of these, 5 of these. Excuse me. We went off. And I went crazy by myself today over there. But it makes me laugh. People all vendors are like, "Oh, where's your son?" Yeah, you like that guy because he gets whatever he wants. Oh, whoops. Start that over. My machine's like, really? All these layers of denim? I can kind of hear the clank, but it's from the over usage of this thing. And that is coming out perfect. Absolutely perfect. It's worth it. Sometimes my daughter says, Mom, let's go thrifting. Sometimes I try to say no. Oh, excuse me, but it's hard to say no to thrifting. So true. So true. I can tell when my son wants to get out of like doing schooling because he'll look at me and like, hey, do you have anywhere to go? That's like code for like, let's go thrifting. Like, yeah, I always have somewhere to go. Hans looks for the good stuff. You know that. You know what, though? He has a trained eye where he can spot a sewing machine case. That kid could spot a featherweight from across a room. So I like taking him with me. Looks very good. Thank you. Thank you. When was the last time you oiled that machine? You know what? That's a really good point. It was probably like a week or two ago, but I used this like an insane amount. And today, in between all of this madness, I made a giant big red fluffy coat. I was like, "Oh, I'm going to dedicate my entire afternoon to making this thing." I need to find my pin cushion. And so I made my big red fluffy coat, and my machine was screaming like, I need to be serviced after this. So I think after the stream, I'm going to completely take this off, take a look at it, because this is a baby lock. And you know, I like this machine. This thing is a workhorse, and it does extremely quality work. Like look at that. Look how beautiful that is. So this thing just needs to be taken care of, really. And I'm sure most, so I use sewing machines like they're industrial machines, is what I'm trying to blather out as I'm stammering over myself. I use machines on an industrial scale, and so because of that I burn out sewing machines. You have to use, yeah, you have used it a lot, so it might be exactly. That's that's the problem. What happened with my Husqvarna? Because people are like, "How did you burn out a Husqvarna Viking? Like those are literal war horses." And unfortunately, I used my machine to the point where it literally seized, and then when I got it going again, it just will not throw a consistent stitch anymore. All the stitches are off no matter what I do to it. All right. Might want to close that. Some machinery, some machines say don't oil. I'm not sure about baby locks. Do you know what's really funny? I need to look that up because you're right. I always laugh at the older machines when they're like, don't ever oil this. And the machine is like 60 or 70 years old. And you oil it up and it works right away. So it really just depends on the condition of the machine. But this thing definitely needs some TLC. And not just the normal, like it needs to be taken off. But the one thing about like this era of machines, one of the reasons why this is such a workhorse is the back still, everything still works on it, and that's the first sign of a machine going out. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. That is reinforced. That's not going anywhere. Your Viking might have the timing off. I didn't think about that. I know how to fix the timing on a Viking too. I hope so, Pam. You know what? I miss that machine so much. That machine was really, really good to me. Oh, that's not a bad idea. When was the last time you changed your needle? I actually put a brand new leather needle in before I did the fluffy coat. So this is 2 projects in basically, because I am one of those crazy people that try to switch my needle every project, but it becomes like every other or something in that ballpark. Yes, Kilroy, I am a sewing machine shill. I know. Big sewing machine has me. All right, so I got my front piece. There's my back. And like I said, I'm going for more of a wide back because I like the support on my on my overalls. All right, so now I'm going to make the straps. I've seen that with some FOF machines. The oil was infused with a nylon Camshack 1975 and up. They need oil. That nylon will show. Yes, I have seen that so many times. So many times. Hope you can pull it out and take a look at your Viking. It You know what the funny thing is that it's literally right here. Oh, that dusty. This is some godless sewing anthropological study right now. This thing is so dusty, but that was my baby. I loved this machine. Now tonight I'm gonna be up all night trying to get the timing back on this thing. The singer people got to keep their pensions alive somewhere or another. No, that is so real, Kilroy. I'm also guilty of using a needle until it absolutely needs to be changed. Oh, there's a guy on the FOF forum that has remade the FOF cam. Wow. Thank you, Pam. Thank you. This was the first machine where I actually went to the store and bought. This was like my pride and joy. This thing has been to Las Vegas more times than the average person. I've taken this thing with me on trips. I love this machine. It was one of the most dependable machines. The funny thing is that the Viking, the baby lock, and and my Janome, they all have the same they all have the I've taken all the mechanisms off of this thing because I was so sad. They all have the same power cord. I miss that machine. And it was this, as you can see, the base is wider. Husqvarna really thought about this machine. This is like, I miss this thing. I keep it in arm's reach for hopefully one day it'll make a comeback. I used to just like give it a break and then one day it would start working again. But this whole conversation is going to make me pull it out and try to use it again. The problem with me is that I need a dependable sewing machine. So, although I love my Husqvarna Viking, it became so problematic that it just kind of got put on the shelf because I needed a machine that worked, right now. And so over time, it's been a couple months. I have not used my Husqvarna in a while, and it's just because I haven't had the time to sit down and really take care of it. But now that you guys were talking about the timing, I might do that this evening. All right. I honestly just got lucky with the baby lock because the baby lock is a extremely dependable machine. Yes, don't knock over your coffee. Like, so full disclosure, I knocked my coffee into this drawer the other day and I was so disappointed in myself. I was like, no. Oh, you need a nice, well restored vintage or antique industrial machine. Absolutely. I agree with you. I watched a video of somebody pulled an old industrial machine out of like a swamp or something and got it going. That's one of the reasons why I want to take a tour of the sewing factory, because in my mind there's just a bunch of old industrial machines in there, but I could be completely wrong. And plus, let's be real, if I'm going to lose my mind and buy a factory, I want to go full MacGyver and live by the beach. And although downtown LA is actually extremely close to the beach, I want to live a little bit closer. Because I know there'll be that one person who knows the geography of who knows LA, and they're like, wait a minute, downtown isn't that far from the beach. Okay. Do you know, I always make my straps too long, but why not, huh? I like to point out that I'm actually using my table for the intention that it was. Oh man, I need to find my other blades. Oh man, I think there really is a flat spot in the blade. Yikes. Working on the straps. Better do long than short. Do you know what's so funny? I saved this piece of fabric because the other piece of fabric barely made it over my shoulder. And I always make extremely long straps. But that's really good advice, Pam. I always make really long straps because like you said, it's better to be long than short. Well, in sewing. Oh man, I know that did not cut that thing. Yeah, I need to find my new blades because that's crazy. All right, perfect. If you make the straps too short, you'd have to make an extension piece for the strap. You know, I didn't think about that because I always, I'm gonna overzeal it. I'll make the strap and then I put everything in place and figure it out later. All right. Beautiful. Let me check my notes. I think there was something else I was whining about earlier that I wrote. The guy with the fabric. YouTube hates Bob Dylan. You know, for as much as I talk trash about like the Magnum PI remake and everything, let's be real. I loved the Battlestar Galactica remake. I loved it. And I recently watched Saved by the Bell. They're now teachers at Bayside. And I watched an episode that they dedicated to Screech, and it made me cry. So for as much as hey Sydney, how's it going? For as much as I talk about remakes, some remakes are okay. All right, let me move all of this stuff. I'm living on the edge tonight because I have my coffee right on the table this evening. Hey, Sydney. Hello, hello. All right, me and my unorthodox way of sewing straps. All right, really quickly, let me check something. There's been a couple of times that I've made my straps bigger than the edge. So let's check it out right off the bat. And it needs to come in just a tad. Yay. Hello, hello. Awesome. All right. I'll bring it in just a little bit and then look at it again. And the Los Angeles Kings beat the San Jose Sharks 2-1. That's awesome. The preseason hockey is not necessarily televised, so they play every night, and it's not necessarily on sometimes with straps, it's good to pin it. I know I'm scaring everybody. I will. I'm living on the edge right now. It's the espresso. There we go. Perfect. I do have a winging it mentality, but then I would be mad at myself if I messed up the back of this or something. All right. Yay. There we go. Oof. If anybody wants to join, just let me know. I'll do the link in the chat. I'm just sitting here making straps. Like I always say, this is what I would be doing on a Saturday night. Instead of going out and being a consumer in that way. I stay at home and make all the beautiful things that I've been collecting throughout the day. Awesome. Perfect. Yay. I just know from experience. I totally understand. I'm an overzealot sometimes, and I'll start something and then pin it in the middle of it. The funny thing is, I'm a thorough human, but I'm impatient. So it's a bad combination sometimes. Oh, you're making a pillow. Awesome. How big is it? What kind of pillow are you making, and what are you making it out of? Awesome. Awesome. I need to get back into pillow making. I actually slept I made a pillow and I slept with it every evening. Now I use it as a cushion for this chair. And I actually sleep with a pillow that my grandmother made before I was born, so that's cool. Oh, puppy pillow. Awesome. Awesome. I wish I could join. If I could join, I could also make videos. People could use some. Alibaba, we need you in the community. All the time we defer to you. We defer to you. You are my natural history museum. Do you know still to this day, Alibaba, you are the only person that I knew that knew Thermomix right off the bat. Like I would bring up Thermomix, and every time I'd bring up Thermomix, people are like, who is this human? I want to know more. And I would always feel like I was the only person who knew about Thermomix. Oh, right. Yay, I'm making straps. I'm going to attach my pieces. I'm telling you, I like the wide back. I know a lot of people are going to be like, your overalls have a wide back. I weirdly like the support. I'm just weird like that. I like the look. I think it's for when I'm sitting like in the car or the tractor or something. Latch hooking. Ooh, awesome. Ollie, I would love to see your videos. Absolutely. My straps average about 20 inches long usually. Okay, see, Pam, you're making me feel better because I keep the long straps on too. I keep the extra long straps on just in case my weight goes up or down. You're making me feel better because all the straps I make are really, really long. Awesome. Absolutely, Alibaba. We would love to see your videos. Do you know I constantly on YouTube, I am constantly typing in sewing channels on YouTube because I want to see what other people are doing, or what they're making. I've got so many ideas, even from like my, I still make fun of myself for my captain video. If you're bored, go back. You can make fun of me. I made a really crummy captain and I put it on YouTube about 2 years ago. If you really go and dig in my videos, I was copying the quilting cowboy. He had great videos, but I don't believe he makes YouTube videos anymore. I miss that man. He made great videos. Okay. Beautiful. Yay, me too. All right. Oop, I missed that one. Perfect. All right. Now let's go back to my unorthodox style. Perfect. Seriously, we're almost 3 hours in. I want to thank everybody who's still here. You guys are absolutely awesome. All right. Been good. I get notifications from ESPN about like, oh, breaking, so and so just beat so and so in a boxing match, and I'm like, I wish I knew who these people were. They sound important. All right, let me plug this in. Beautiful. God, the song is this song. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you, Pam. I have thank you, Pam. I have sewing machine patches. I'm gonna put them on my tough guy vests. It made me laugh today when that guy was like, "Oh, that's your name, Godless Sewing," and he was so respectful about it because my name tag said Godless Sewing. Oh, it made me laugh. I'm trying to be a tough guy, and he was being polite. Oh, that's why he was just a good person, and it made me laugh. He's like, "That was your name." Oh, thank you so much, man. All right. Since my tagline is literally reinforce your seams. All right. Beautiful. Perfect. We will fling that thing over there for a second. Yay. At least he was polite and not rude like the other guy. Do you know, I think because I walk around in kind of there's a movie called Shaun of the Dead, and it's a man who's whining about a woman, and literally the zombie apocalypse is going on. And he's in his own little world, and it takes him a minute to figure out the zombie apocalypse is going on. And I'm like that. I'm in my own little happy world. So it's kind of shocking to me when people are that angry on sight. Like, you don't even know me. I genuinely greet people with smiles. It throws people off. And so because of that, I'm still shocked when people are just grumpy on site. Because I'm like, what are you so angry about? And because I have nothing to do with it. And I'm not like overly cheesy about it or anything. I'm just polite. Especially people who stare, I always smile at them. It throws people off, especially rude people. Do you know what's funny? I saw that the second I was about to. I saw your comment because I have my phone right here. And I saw your comment the second I was about to run over a pig. I'm gonna, you know what? Honestly, I'm gonna go get my eyes checked. I think it's time to re-up my. I think it's time to check my eyes again. Oop, especially because I missed that one. Oh, did the bobbin run out? I think the bobbin ran out a while ago, and I'm just sitting here. Okay. That's all right. I think I have another one ready to go right here. Oh, yeah, it ran out. I'm pulling pins on a bobbin that ran out, but... I thought I had... You know what? I thought I had it, but I do not. So I'm going to stop what I'm doing because I need to be consistent and keep my thread. So I'm going to get my other machine that I use as a bobbin winder. Because what happens is if I could get lazy right now and use a different color, but the gray really looks good. And it's kind of hidden on here as well, too. So I'm going to do it the right way. And you know, I am the first one to admit that I am doing full pirate sewing here, but there are certain corners that I cannot cut. And yes, that's Mr. Bean. I love this sewing machine. I have the Kermit sipping meme on here, the old LeBron James meme on here. This is a great sewing machine. And the top of it has fluff all over it because that red fluff got everywhere in this room. Man, that stuff just gets everywhere. Hey, how's it going, Lucifer? How's it going? Oh, Pam, you're a ton of help. Thank you so much. Honestly, thank you so much. No, it's I sometimes I do cut corners and I guilt myself. I'm like, dude, you just need to like do it the right way the first time. You won't have to go back and do it again. I made an appointment for my eyes, but they sure take their time up here. I get my eyes checked once a year. Each year. Hey. All right, that's wound and ready to go. Awesome. Yay. Hello. I loved Mr. Bean making a turkey. Oh man, I have all kinds of stickers on here. You could tell what year I bought the stickers on here. And that I saw that's just purely because I was raised Roman Catholic. That makes me laugh. This meme makes me laugh so hard. It's not even funny. Time to vacuum up the fluff. It is everywhere. It is absolutely everywhere. I'm gonna have to come in here with like my leaf blower. It's insane how much fluff comes out of that thing. But you know what though? Like, for as much as I'm sitting here saying I love the fluffy coat, and before I end this stream, I will put it on and dance around more. I love the way that coat came out. It looks great. It was worth the haggle. It was worth dealing with the rude vendor. It was worth it. I'm one of those people. I will look at an overview of the situation and be like, you know what? That was worth it. And I learned a lesson. I just won't go back to that vendor. And the funny thing is he kept on questioning me. Like, let me thread this first. He kept on saying, who gave you that deal? Who told you this or this? And because I am a bottom line kind of guy, I told him, are you going to sell this to me? And he's like, yes, of course. And I was like, why don't we worry about that? But it tripped me out because he wanted to argue it. And like, I'm a haggler, but I'm not an arguer. I just don't see a point. Like, you get passionate and you argue. But after a while, I don't like talking in circles. So I'm not going to argue with somebody, Today was extremely interesting. All right, so let me cut and pin. Got the machine ready. But you know what though? Maybe that's that guy's way of saying hello. Some people like being abrasive. It's bad for my heart. I can't be that angry that long. Awesome. Hello. Oh, Pam, that fluff is everywhere. And because I have my Confederate gray carpet, I can see it. And like, I was wearing a shirt I absolutely love earlier. It's from a union I was in a while ago. I wear it all the time. And I looked and it was covered in red fluff. I laughed because it's a tough guy. It was a tough guy union. It was like pipe fitters, welders, and then I got fluff on it from my furry coat. Perfect. Beautiful. Awesome. Okay, I thought that was bunching, but it was just cool. Didn't even have any bumble bunching or anything. So I'm going to reinforce this. Awesome. I'm going to attach it to the back and then start attaching my pieces. I still have I Can't Drive 55 stuck in my head right now. Okay, good. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Beautiful. Oh, and these are nice and long too. I can't sew 55. That is the new. I will officially be singing that all night long. I can't sew 55. Love it. I'm like, where's my other charger? It's right here. Perfect. Now I have that stuck in my head with a different version now. All right. So let's attach the other side. Well, that tune was so catchy. They did change speed limits all over the US, some up to 75. Do you know what's really funny? Where I live, the speed limit is 65 to 70, and people drive 80. Do you know the song should now be I can't drive 85? Because it's like NASCAR. I grew up watching NASCAR, so when I say it's like NASCAR, I am comparing it to like actual real NASCAR. not not something that's imaginary. Oh. Yeah, 55 used to be the nationwide speed limit. And during World War II, it was 35 miles an hour. Do you know, as a Southern Californian, when I go anywhere else that isn't in my area, it's weird to me when people aren't just smashing down the highway. And I know that may or may not translate on the other side of the pond, but when I say smashing, I mean driving as fast as you possibly can. Even Waterne said, I drive fast. And I'm like, I know you do because you're from a certain area. People, we just drive. It's like NASCAR around here. All right. I still have this thing sitting on the table. And now I really want to sing I can't sew 55. Okay. Let's clean up some of this mess. Oh man. You can definitely tell what year that all the stickers are from that sewing machine because on the on the sewing machine it says when in doubt blame Carol Baskin. That was a while ago. All right. That up here. Perfect. All right. These are gonna be great. I'm laughing because I made them baggy on purpose. I like to drive fast. Yeah. It's one of those things. I wonder, Alibaba in Canada, do people drive fast? Well, get a Singer 500 WGS, 5,000 stitches per minute. Yeah, that's flying. Here in PA, the unofficial rule that everybody goes by is you can go 5 over, but if the sign says 65 and the traffic is going 80, you better go 80. It's the same here. I rented a car a while back and they gave me a Dodge Challenger. Paid for a Kia Rio and glad that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I know him. Hello, Robert. How are you doing? Hi, good to see you. Good to see you. We're singing Sammy Hagar still. And Kilroy invented something, so my new song is I Can't Sew 55. We go 110 kph, 60 mile an hour about. That car was fun. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Don't do it later. Do it now. I can't drive. Now I have that just blasting in my head. Okay. I have to stay focused. I'm almost kind of done. I'm going to be laughing my tail off at myself when I put these on. All right. Let me get my pins so I can pin the straps in place. I go I basically sew the strap in 4 directions. I completely make sure it's in there is what I'm trying to say. I do not mess around when it comes to securing the back straps for overalls. All right, these are definitely Godless Sewing originals. I did not use a pattern for these. Okay. Okay, so I speed 2. I was about to say, I know in Canada they drive fast. I know for a fact they drive fast. They smash. I think that's a kind of a universal thing. We all like, not all of us, but people drive fast. I could be wrong. Lucifer like that car more than me. To be fair, my ex-wife had a Mazda 3 and we went on a trip to beautiful Stockton, California. And on the way home, I got a speeding ticket for going over 100 miles an hour. And the cop was nice because he brought it down over 20 something miles an hour because you go to jail in California if you get caught going over a certain certain miles an hour. And so oh, that cop was actually really nice. He told me, he's like, I could put you in jail. And I'm like, I'm dumb. It was a Mazda 3, and that Zoom Zoom commercial was right because that car flew. Listening to Pastor Will preaching and sewing the I like that. Ooh, sewing. Oh, I like that. That might be a catchphrase. That might be one of my new catchphrases. The gospel, the word of the all right, let me put that there. All right. Perfect. Beautiful. Perfect. All right. Excuse me. I have the video blasting in my head. Do you know the funny thing is, just like Boney M, I'll get a song stuck in my head and it lives there. Speaking of Boney M, I have collected enough for I got sequin numbers, sequin patches now. So my next cape will be spectacular. And I almost got Godless Sewing out in complete sequins, but I didn't want to spend $75 at the pad shop. So next time I go, I'll get the Godless Sewing in sequins. But it adds up. It really adds up. Like even today, I kind of like was unimpressed with myself of how much money I spent at the pad shop. So there's going to be quite a few vests in this room that get the downtown makeover. And it is time for some of my battle vests to grow up, says the 40-something-year-old man who still wears battle vests. But it is time for some of my battle vests to change. Like, I put that cat on my giant death metal vest, and I like the way it looks. Boney M is apparently still very active in Brazil. Bobby Farrell, I think, is his name for... What? Where is my phone? Is Boney... How old is Boney M? I have so many questions now. To Google. How old is... Oh, wow. Fredman, I think... While the founding father still continued... Oh, Boney M recently... He recently is... Oh, that's sad. Google. But they still... Oh, Bobby Farrell is recently... Oh, that's sad. Wow, he did look good, though. Holy cow. Oh, that's like when I'm watching a show and I start looking people up. All right. That's like, if anyone's ever heard of the band The Scorpions, I have seen The Scorpions like too many times. I like their music, but they always perform at county fairs. I've seen them. It's weird how many times I've seen them. All right. I've seen this. The Scorpions are awesome. I guarantee you they're still performing. I've seen them at the Orange County Fairgrounds, at the LA County Fairgrounds. I've seen them in Santa Monica. I've seen them all over LA. Animal Magnetism, great album. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So this is the back of my my overalls. Let me cut my excess. Let me cut the extra pieces off. Let me cut the string off. I am super stringy today. Oh, right. Now, I went from I can't drive 55 to having Boney M stuck in my head again. It's because I'm in my cape era. That's why. And that man had a cape on, had a different cape on every time he performed. He literally would have a different cape on. Oh, right. It's okay. I just looked it up. I wanted to cry when I saw that. But you know what, though? I watch a lot of older TV shows, and I always tell myself, do not look these people up. Especially like when I watch the like Desmond's, or I watched a show called After Henry with Prunella Scales. Like, a lot of those people have passed away. Oh, right. So... All right, let's start pinning in place and see what happens. I've learned to pin and then measure it by my height, because I don't want it to be too small or too big. But I made the pants huge, so there is some wiggle room here. All right. Just noticed something right off the bat. I can fix that. It'll take me 2 seconds. I loved Give Me a Break. Every episode is on YouTube. She her family, I believe, monetized the channel, and almost every episode it brings me back. The music, all of it. I loved Nell Carter. Absolutely. Nell is an amazing human. I have to restrain myself when I'm looking up movies. I can only look up the movie, not the actors, because I don't want to find out when the people in it passed. Absolutely. I have that problem with everything, especially because like I'll be watching something and I fall in love with an actor or actress, and I'm like, well, if they were like I gotta remember the name. There's this show I watch in black and white. It's on Me TV or one of those channels. I don't even watch with the volume on, but like all the people who are in their 80s in a show that was in the 1950s, I don't even like. I'm like, I know they're like past, you know. I'm still getting used to being old aged. What's that cliche? You're only as old as you think you are, or you know. There's also my grandfather used to wear a shirt that said I have to grow up, I don't have to grow old, or something in that realm, you know. All right. Let's throw these pants together and see what happens. All right. Let me get my phone. Actually, it's charging. Oh, it has enough power. Perfect. I'm still getting used to being all people I have played with musically. So many have passed. I know what you're. I come from a family of senior citizens, so I completely understand what you're saying. Okay. And recently, my favorite aunt passed away, and it was just weird to not have her around anymore. Oh, beautiful! These are gonna look great. All right. Pin these in place. Oh, that's gonna look great. Beautiful. I might put a front piece on here, but I won't do it tonight. But I might put a front piece on here. I'm debating. We'll see how it looks. But you know, I always go back and do the aesthetically pleasing things after I make the main piece. I'm kind of piratey that way. I make the main piece and then I'm like, oh, let's add this or cover this. Perfect. So far, so good. Beautiful. Oh, these are gonna look awesome. These are gonna look absolutely awesome. And yes, I still have my vest on, so I will take my vest off when I put them on, but these are gonna look great. Mm. From here, it looks thin for being lined. Oh, it has that denim smell though. Oh, I love working with leather, denim, but that fluff has destroyed my house. Last time I said, I am never gonna work with fluff again, and then literally a week later, I ran out and bought red fluffy material. So I won't say never, but I'm gonna take a break on fluffy material because that absolutely and utterly coated my house. I say that and I'm going to come back with a rainbow one next week. Knowing myself. All right. Beautiful. Perfect. Awesome. Rah, rah. I can't sew 55. Oh, beautiful. I always say, oh, I don't know what's taking me this long, but I have no idea what's taking me this long to make overalls again. And with each pair I make, I kind of get better and perfect my godless sewing way of making overalls. And my pleather pants, although they were a complete failure, they're great for rollerblading. And if I biff, I can't feel anything because I have 4 layers of pleather. So they still get good use. That white fake fur coat just looked too good not to. Absolutely. I knew after you said no more fake fur. Yeah, I know. I'm predictable in that way where I'm like, I love this, but I'll never do it again. And I come back the next week and I'm like, I did it again. Literally. But that's the beautiful thing of sewing, With each project, you literally acquire a new skill. Like destroying sewing machines. I know what I did this time. If anyone's wearing headphones, I apologize. Okay, let's try that again. Good grief, I bet that made a mess. A little bit. Cut that off. Yeah, beautiful. Like I always say, you don't realize how terrible something is till you get something else, but these scissors are amazing. Okay. Okay, let's try that again. You're going to have a whole bedroom full of fake fur stuff. I'm 50-50 on that. I don't know if that's like a warning sign or if I'm just okay with it. Sometimes I think I'm okay with it, and then like I'm okay with it. I'm okay if I have a closet full of fake fur stuff. That's a big ouch. I am though, because these jackets do take up a ton of space. I'm gonna have to get another mannequin just for the fake fur, huh? Beautiful. Perfect. All right. Too much of a good thing is wonderful. What is your favorite color of yarn? Do you know it's really funny? I constantly buy white or black yarn. But I use the white yarn for San Francisco. So I'd have to say white and black. Some people are still fine with the 1970s house with shag carpet. Some are not. So true. I am so guilty of the shag carpet. Oh, you can't see it because the table and everything's there. But underneath all of this mess is a giant tennis ball grain shag carpet. Actually, I need that angle again because I need to attach the back. All right. So perfect. All right, let me get that. Okay, good. I thought I lost this. I thought I lost it. I'm like, what did I do? It's easy to misplace something in this room. I know that's a shocker. See, there is fluff everywhere. There is red fluff everywhere. I'm laughing because I have not perfected the back strap yet, but this is gonna be awesome. Godless fluff. It felt like walking on a cloud. Oh, I have a big shag carpet rig. I love shag carpet. That's awesome, Alibaba. See, Alibaba understands the struggle. I love my shag carpet. And it definitely smells like this room, I'll tell you that much. And I think that's what it is because I grew up around smokers. Like, I'm weird with certain smells because I grew up around old school smokers. Okay. Yeah, you know what? The back's fine. That's where the placement's gonna be. These are gonna be awesome. Okay. All right. Almost done. I'm not even gonna look at the time to see how long we've been here. Almost done. Almost done. And I still have to prance around in my I'm so proud of my red coat and my white coat. I'm so proud of my furry coat. It's not even funny. And yes, I corrected myself when I said red coat. I like that godless fluff. For straps, I look at the Regency or the later Hosen style. I like what Pam said. I like the really super long straps. I don't even know why. Because on my other ones, I should have cut them, but I kept them extremely long. I really want to get to understand the drafting of the Victorian men's pants. Do you know, like I was saying earlier, I actually fall asleep to a YouTuber. I will not say his name, but he went from wearing, he started off like any other sewing channel, but he makes Victorian clothes now. I knew you'd catch that one. Redcoats, are those pesky Brits invading again? No, but every 4th of July, I get that Happy Insurrection Day meme. Every 4th of July, without hesitation. Oh, good times. Good times. All right. So let's light everything up. Beautiful. Okay. Okay, good. That's nice and even. Perfect. All right. So let me secure that. Oh man, this is a bejumbled mess. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that is perfect. Oh, pincushion, where art thou? Thou, where art thou? I really said thar because I'm an American. All right, like I always say, reinforce your scene. Oh, what did you get stuck on? Oh! It's always at the end. What did I do? I bet it's a mess under there. Oh, only in that one spot. All right. It's always the last stroke of paint. It's always the last stitch that fights you. Okay, let's try that again. My machine is not happy with me. It's like, dude, you made a fluffy coat. You did all this today. Perfect. There you go. Beautiful. Perfect. Wow. Okay. So let's attach the grommets and the pieces, and then the magic happens. Let me cut off some of the excess string. This will definitely be a project that I'm going to be working on tomorrow because I see a few things that are meant for improvement. As a Canadian, I really must apologize for that bit of history from 1776, 1778. That White House was really pink and we Canadians burned it down. Mm. Oh, that's all right. Okay. I didn't even have a snappy comeback for that one. I was gonna say something, but I was like, no, never mind. Okay. All right, as long as I can hold. Perfect. Let me switch my angle. I'm talking like you guys can see me. Good gravy. Snacky, snappy comebacks are welcome. All right. I am almost there. I just need to add the grommets and everything on, and I got my straps. Oh, pockets are huge on this. All right. Let me get my hammer. I know my Vaughn is somewhere around here, but I know my trusty Stanley is somewhere. Couldn't find my hammer, so I'm going full overkill. Awesome. We did withdrawal. All right. Oh, Alibaba. Now I am contractually obligated to sing. In 1814, we took a little trip along the Mississippi. No, in 1814, we took a little trip along with Colonel Jackson along the Mississippi. We took a little bacon and we took a little beans and we fought the bloody British on the town of New Orleans. We fired our guns. I know that song word for word. I'm not trying to get a copyright strike. I do know that song word for word. That's so sad. I need to get out more. All right. Oh, now I have that song stuck in my head. All the way down to Mexico, we fired our guns and the British kept it coming. Wasn't as many as it was a while ago. All right. I have that CD in my truck, and you would laugh at how like certain people pull up, like they look next to me, they like sit up straight, they like. Oh, I love that song. I love that song. And Sink the Bismarck. Sink the Bismarck will make you cry. In May of 1941, the battle had just begun. We, oh man, that's such a good song. I need to poke that with something. All right. That is on the same record. I love that song. That song. I love music like that tells a story. That's why I like a lot of the old school music because it had something to say and it told story about real people and real things that happened and what said people did with facing adversity. Oh, come on. Where did my Do you know what's so funny? I lost my X-Acto knife and I am completely lost. And I know I have cases of X-Acto knives in here. That worked. Beautiful. Okay, where's my overkill hammer? That is not going anywhere. All right, got the first one in. Now, all right. Perfect. Beautiful. All right. We are almost there. Only took us 4 hours. All right. Just have to make sure I put the straps on correctly. I do make this mistake sometimes. Perfect. Be Oh, these are awesome. This was such a good idea. I'm actually really excited for this. And of course, they're on backwards. Beautiful. You know, I'm not going to give you a speech about hard work, but sometimes if you love something and you work hard at it, it'll come out well. And even if you're a pirate like myself and you do it with half your arg, it'll still come out well. All right. Beautiful. We officially have overalls. Beautiful. Let's try them on. All right, let me pick up this mess a little bit before I throw these on. Oh man. I made them extra huge, so if you hear me scream and they don't fit, we're all gonna go viral together. Let me pick up all this. My bag, my bag of scraps is growing. I think it's growing to the 42-gallon size again. Oh, wow. All right. Thank you so much. I'm going to put them on right now. Oh, thank you. That hammer seems flat. I couldn't find. I've rearranged everything and I put my tool bag on the far side, so I have my my mini mallet. Yeah. Thank you so much, Pam. Go viral or order cheesecake? I thought you said go viral and order cheesecake. That sounds like a party to me. They closed the Cheesecake Factory in my town. I want to give a speech to all the yuppies in my town. I like the Cheesecake Factory. You guys may not have. It didn't make it because of the plague, but we had a Cheesecake Factory in my town for maybe like a year and a half, and it didn't last. I'm gonna go grab some basketball shorts real quick because I just remembered that these might show my chones. So let me grab some basketball shorts. All right. Let me throw some shorts on because it's not that kind of stream. I love cheesecake. And there was a cheesecake factory by my house. I went there once and I went crazy. And I came home with a full cheesecake. I used to get cheesecakes at Marie Callender's 100 years ago. But Marie Callender's isn't necessarily around anymore. So far, so good. Oh, the pants fit. I've gained a little bit more weight than I thought. Oh, all right. Let me adjust these straps because these are huge straps. There we go. Oh, let me adjust the other strap. All right, give me a quick second. I made these a little huge. Okay. There we go. Perfect. That is like rule number 1 is no exposing yourself on YouTube. Ooh. I think that is rule number 1 on YouTube is don't expose yourself. I haven't adjusted the front yet. The legs are really long on here, and I haven't adjusted the straps yet. But I look like oh, I'm ready to go fishing in these. Awesome. Before I came to this channel, I would have never imagined myself watching someone sitting behind a sewing machine for hours. Now I thank you. Thank you. I made these for when I do gain weight. Do you know what? I did this last time. I'm going to pull the bib in this much. I did this exact thing last time and I made it a little bit too big. So this is where I'm going to pull my bib right here. Oh, beautiful. There we go. Let me grab my phone. The crotch seems too low. I know. Damn it. It's because the pants are bunched up. I haven't cuffed the pants. It's because I don't want to walk on the pants. So I need to adjust everything because the front, there we go. I need to start pulling at stuff. Thank you so much, Pam. Thank you so much. And you know, Pamerals are honestly what inspired me making overalls in the first place. A while ago, I watched Pam making overalls, and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna give that a try. And this is my fourth. This is my my fourth pair. But the thing is, the key is can I skate in these? That's the key. If I can skank and dance in them and they don't rip, that means I can skate in these things. These scream rollerblade clothes. And if you live in the LA area and you see me at the beach rollerblading with overalls on, say hello. Oh, I know they're gonna clash, but let's throw them together. Oh, this is worth it right here. 4 hours in, this is peak godless sewing. Hold on. There we go. Oh. These are my makes for today. I have my overalls with my oversized pocket, and I have my furry coat, which I didn't know if I wanted to make a cape, a hood, or a collar, so I combined all three. Thank you. Thank you. For sure, roller clothes. Absolutely. That's the thing about pants. When you make pants, like, the other day I was wearing a pair of Walmart pants and I bent down and I heard the rip and I was like, oh. Now, if you did a yellow fluffy coat, you'd look like Big Bird. Oh, I loved that guy. I loved that guy as a kid. The club needs a new doorman, not for you. I'm going for country chic with my overalls and my coat. Do you know the giant collar makes it feel I know being a member for Godless Sewing the rapper. I would be terrible at rapping because I wouldn't have any enemies. I'd be like, I like all these guys. Those guys are cool. See, terrible already. See, not even haha funny trying. 1970s for sure. I couldn't decide how I wanted the collar because I'm yesterday I was going through all of my coats and I found my old cavalry coat that I made. I'm gonna have so many coats to wear this winter. It's not even funny. But I made like what I considered like a cavalry coat. It almost looks like a buffalo soldier coat, but I made a cape with it down to here, and I love that thing. Oh, this is peak YouTube. Hold on, let me do this one more time for all the this is for all the screenshots and people want to say that is this like patriotic or what? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. For 20 bucks I got this eagle head and now I get to act like a crazy person on YouTube. I love the eagle head and I love the jacket. I had to do that later for when Skitch flips through it. It still makes me laugh that the eagle head scares skits. Who is that? Oh, wow. All right, here's test number 2. Can you sit down in them? Oh, no rip. That's a beautiful thing. Awesome. Oh, whoops. Do you see how giant and fluffy this coat is, though? This coat is huge. Beautiful. My bib is riding. There we go. It's riding up. There we go. See, that's the beautiful thing about being able to adjust something. I can pull it down. I hope I didn't disappoint this evening. I stuck true to my Godless Sewing brand of pure shenanigans and lots of like I take that as a compliment, Gilroy. Oh, I take that as a compliment. Almost look like Macho Man. I'm going for Macho Man level style with the capes. I bought a bunch of letters and it made me think of Macho Man. Oh, Pam, you are always welcome here. You are always welcome here. For anyone who doesn't know, Pam has an amazing channel. You should go check it out. I absolutely love Pam's channel. And I won't bring up the amazing dryer, but you still shocked me on that one. I like the overalls. The crotch is a bit off in the front. The back looked good. I need to I'm gonna cuff everything and see how it looks. This is just the preliminary it's stiff too. The denim is nice and stiff. See, that's the thing. That's why I liked working with that weird canvas material, because even though it was stiff, it laid a certain way. So the second you put it on, it wasn't as like this is crunchy stiff. But that's denim, you know. I meant it as a compliment. Oh no! I don't take it as a bad thing. I loved Macho Man Randy Savage. Like, he was my hero as a kid. Do you know what's so sad? I actually watch a lot of like behind the wrestling, and like I didn't want to know how crazy these guys were. Speaking of which, where's the oh, what did I do with my sunglasses? Oh, I'll sit on them. I'll find them somewhere when I sit on them. Hello, how are you? I'm actually, if you're feeling like hopping in, I would suggest doing it soon because I might be hopping out. And yes, I'm wearing a red freak. Hi, Waterne, how are you? Hello. Yay, hello. I want to go full Macho Man. Like, I bring it up all the time. The person who made Macho Man Randy Savage's clothes literally made enough money to put his children through college. The man made a ton of money, and Macho Man wasn't the only wrestler he made clothes for, but every single person who talks about it says that man made a killing. That means he was charging like, you know, $400 or $500 a cut. Like, he was charging something crazy. Thank you, Pam. Thank you so much. I love this too. This is it's gonna be an awesome winter. Especially the red polka dots as the lining. Oh, these are they're what's the plural for moose? They're moose. I have this weird obsession with country prints. Like, I have this weird obsession. Like, so I have a bunch of rooster prints, moose left and right, a bunch of horse prints. Look, these are mini. Is it meese? I'm gonna say something stupid on YouTube. Moose. Thank you so much, Pam. Thank you. But I had to have something to offset the craziness of the fuzz, you know. And since that moose was kind enough to let me walk underneath it, and let me live, I will honor a moose. What is the plural for moose? That's gonna bother me now. Moose is the plural for moose. So do I say mooses? Meese? Says the guy in the red furry coat with the red hat. Hey, but this is the first time. No, I won't say that joke. Never mind. Oh, awesome. And I won't jump out. Yay. Good. I am extremely layered right now. Mm. Yay! Oh, if it's not letting you in, huh? I tried to send that 3 times. Her channel is doing a crotch adjustment. Awesome. I had to take my hat off. 1 moose, 2 mooses. Exactly. Meeseses? Mooseses. Moose? Meese? That's on the great. Do you know? I'm going to tell you, like, flat out, I am not the best at making pants. I failed so hard at my pleather pants. I still to this day don't know why I failed so hard. So I will watch that video on the cross adjustment. I might save my pleather pants. Those are definitely on the island of misfit clothes. I saw 1 moose. I saw 2. Oh. All right. Oh, that's Skits just sent me a beautiful picture. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Oh, whoops. Here, let me do this. As I am in my full Ric Flair right now. All right. Do you know what the funny thing is? It's still called Twitter on the internet. The internet still calls it Twitter. The artist formerly known as Twitter is still called X. I am definitely going for this here. Let me show. Whoops. I am definitely going for that look. Oh wow. See that I can make because that's just a full robe with the with all the bow and everything. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. That's a good call, Skits. Good call. I like that. I really like that. It will be known as Twitter until the end of time. Exactly. Yes, that's a good one. That is flair. Absolutely. I could hear the Nature Boys music. I could definitely do that. Let me see what this says. Oh, hi. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Still going.
Oh, hi. We have echo.
Hello. Oh,
How are you?
still going. There we go.
Well, are you sure you didn't sew the pants and then accidentally sew pockets on the front? If you have them backwards, it would definitely make a difference. Well, I put giant pockets on the back because I'm more concerned about, like, I'm a back pocket kind of guy. I like to put my wallet, my keys, my phone, and then sit on everything.
Baguette, you know.
I actually heard a comedian talk about that. Like, instead of like every time, basically her boyfriend made a mistake at the store, so he bought her a French roll, and she was like, "That's the greatest thing ever." Like, you could bring me bread whenever you choose to. Hi, hello. That's true.
Oh, thanks, Joy.
Sorry. That was my era. Those were my guys. Like, And even their comeback, I was there for their comeback. That song, Tonight, Please, my whole crew makes G's. That's a great song. Crisscross are artists.
Looking through the comments, who all is here? Let's see.
Oh.
I feel like that lady from Romper Room. I see Skits Crasher. I see Alibaba. I see Made by Pam. My sister was on Romper Room, apparently.
Oh.
That lady drove me nuts even when I was a kid. Let's see. I see Joy, Robert X, Kilroy. Hello, everyone. Thanks for the warm greetings. What you doing back there, Godless?
Oh, I'm putting my pants back on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we don't need to see that.
Yeah, it's not that kind of show.
Although, I don't know. Some of the comments I've seen in the comments.
Ratings aren't that bad. I go by the numbers. Oh man, I am in love with the furry coat. So I know you probably didn't hear, but I had to haggle the guy. He kind of had an attitude and everything over
Oh.
the. Oh yeah, but because I'm stubborn and like. He kept on trying to question me almost like, who told you could get it for that price? And I just ended up flat out asked him, I was like, are you going to sell that to me? And he was like, of course.
So what did you end up paying?
$10 a yard.
All right.
But everyone wants like one guy wanted 47, 35, 15 was the lowest.
Mm-hmm.
So I knew that guy wanted 10.
Okay.
So I accepted it.
And now your eagle has options.
Absolutely. How can this day be any better? Absolutely. Waternay is a lovely human. I love hanging out with Waternay.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the warm welcome.
But did you get it for a quarter? No. Pam's cabinet is legendary. Pam got a cabinet for a quarter.
What?
Thank you.
Wow.
Pam. Thank you. Not too bad. Thank you. Thank you.
I didn't. We'll have to look. Is there a picture posted in the chat?
She made a video about it and she put it up on I believe on your community tab as well.
All right, I will go look for that afterwards.
Oh.
Very nice.
Do you know so lately I've been pulling shots of espresso and I've noticed a direct correlation in me pulling shots of espresso and staying up all night.
Oh, huh. Well, I've heard, I don't know where, but I've heard that caffeine keeps some people awake and that they use it for energy. I don't know. You might look into that.
I'm definitely one of those people where I'm drinking it for effect.
Ooh, a bookshelf. Nice. I will definitely watch that. I've been occupied all day, so if stuff has been happening on the internet, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, I forgot to put on my I have so many plans. I've been resisting this all day, but I went crazy at the pet shop. And I purchased so I keep on talking about how I'm going to make a Babylon 5 coat. And I'm like, how am I going to achieve that with beautiful things like this?
Is that a patch or a door hinge?
Yes. Los dos.
¿Por qué no los dos?
But with both on, it makes me feel like an admiral, I went crazy. I went crazy at the pet shop today. I bought a few more flowers.
Oh, very nice.
I'm gonna wrap one of my oldest vests in flowers, I think. I bought these for the sides. I have big plans for one of my vests, but we'll see. I need to stop buying these. I buy these little patches. I'm gonna put them on everything. Should I just put it above one eyebrow? I have hair there. There's hair.
Oh my goodness, that's actually hilarious. And you should do that as some sort of costume.
Bookcase is all full. Still have more books I couldn't fit on it.
I understand
Totally.
completely. And I got my new book from Illumicrate. It's sitting in the living room, and I've already got some shelves stacked too deep. Oh well, it's beautiful, and I'm not sad.
Because I'm the king of blasphemy, I can't stop buying these. This is gonna look great on another Godless Sewing vest.
People are going to be confused.
No, they won't, because these bad boys will be on there.
Oh no, 999? Why are you putting 999 on your vest?
It's a great show. It's a great show. And this, I was raised Roman Catholic, hardcore Roman Catholic. I don't even understand what this is. I just like how shiny it is.
All right.
I know what it is. I know the point of it. I just like how shiny it is. Oh, I'm gonna make one head. Let's see. Oh, oh, that one's kind of black. Okay, so let's be real. I went crazy at the pet shop. I bought this.
Oh no.
This is actually gonna fit on. This is like anti. It's not pro. Let's see what else. They're all.
This is how much those things cost you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's other stuff in there, but it's all over. It's like spread all over the place because I was so excited. I bought something else, but I can't remember now. I love that cigarette pack. Thank you. I haven't ever seen one this large. I have tiny ones, but I've never seen one this large. So I should put it on that one vest that you absolutely love with all the people on it.
Oh yeah, the people. That's not what we're calling it.
Do you know, over the years, having a child has taught me to correct my language. I really, I used to have an extremely foul mouth, and I don't curse at all anymore. So I will say, the people.
My mom is not much of a cusser, and she legit gets offended. And then also, despite the fact that I'm the full grown adult, the age that I am, she can't handle it if I cuss. And then so I always learn to. So I didn't want to blurt things out accidentally and have her be scandalized.
These are all made from recycled materials. I love these flowers, Joy.
I love that they're three-dimensional. Sorry.
Please interrupt. I'm Captain Interrupter. I am on the interrupting debating team.
I like that they're three-dimensional.
No, like I said, I am the definition of interrupt. I come from interrupters. I know, and overtalkers. Me too. I absolutely love, and that's the one thing when you wear them, they pop. Like on my vest that I put these on, every time I wear them in public, I get a reaction from somebody, and I just like these. I need to get a patch machine. Let's be. Kilroy said it earlier. I agree.
Yeah, that would be great for you because it would give you a chance to be even more creative with them.
I'm sure that didn't cost him a pack of smokes. Looks like freestanding lace. I love sewing them. The guy, he actually these are they have all colors. It's like a whole bouquet in the front when you first walk in. They take pride in these, and they'll tell you how they make them and everything.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it's awesome. Because I ask questions and talk. I make friends. But when you spend money, everybody wants to be your friend. Let's be real. So they love me at the pet shop.
Are you going full Gandalf today in honor of?
It's not it's clogged. I thought I unclogged it, but it's clogged. This was my streaming pipe, but it something happened to it, and I clean it and it just doesn't smoke like it used to. But yes, I'm trying to.
I bought some medicine to improve my memory, but I forgot where I put them. Maybe I should have taken them right away. Very good dad joke.
Could put those rose things on a table. They look good. I love how they look. And that store, I'm a patch addict. I put patches on vests, but they have every kind of lace, doily, everything you could possibly think of. And in Los Angeles, I always see people with these fuzzy patches like this. Like this is fuzz. I always see, let me find a better fuzzy patch.
It's
But
kind of the way they used to do like patches on Letterman jackets.
Exactly. But in LA, I see these everywhere with like one will say Crenshaw or Inglewood or, and I saw all of them at the shop. I'm like, aha, I know where people are getting these, They are embroidered with only thread and washable stabilizer. Oh, that's awesome. I love the Winnie the Pooh and Piglet stickle embroidery patch on my sewing machine. Where are those? The sewing, there's like, these. I bought a few more of these because I want to incorporate them into all my vests. Like, nothing says godless sewing more than one of these.
Exactly. It's even the right era for you.
Wash away stabilizer. Right college Letterman patches. Oh, Letterman patches. I'm thinking of David Letterman. Good grief, I'm in the clouds. I watched him over Leno forever.
I think if I had to pick a favorite, it would probably be like Trevor Noah.
Mm-hmm.
I like him.
I'll tell you, David Letterman made me feel sophisticated because at the time I'd never been to New York and I thought New York was so sophisticated. Then I went there and I discovered it's just like everywhere else in America. Jay Leno felt very California to me. He felt like LA. You would drive on Sunset and see him,
Yeah.
Like Letterman, felt far away.
And then I liked hearing Craig Ferguson when he would get another Scottish person on there and their accents would just be getting thicker and thicker. That was great.
I loved Carson. I was there for the transition. I still talk about how Johnny Carson was the first person to pay a record amount of alimony. Like he was the first to have to pay half of his stuff.
Ouch.
And he was worth millions and millions and millions back then. Oh.
I saw on Instagram some people did like a brief tour of the Vanderbilt like summer cottage.
Oh wow.
And you just have no concept of how much money those people had, like just to wrap your brain around how much money they had. I mean, it was a lot even now, but when you adjust for inflation, it was just ridiculous. The house that they had built.
And the opulence. Was it the opulence or was it like, have you been to Hearst Castle?
Yes.
The opulence is what gets you, You're just like, what is this and why is it here?
Yeah, well, only summer cottage in the sense of this is what people do in the summer. They go to the cottage. But yeah, that was by no means a cottage. It's a palace.
Like, I know people that are like, oh, I'm just gonna go to the beach house, and I'm like, say that again slowly for all the people who can't afford that conversation. Say that again real slowly. That's like an East or West Coast thing where someone's like, I'm just gonna go to the beach house. Like, you're going where?
I think that part of it is like people go up to the cottage and stuff, and I mean, yes, it's fancy, and there are certainly degrees of that, like people might have a house in the Hamptons, or they might have a house in the Hamptons. So I think it's a little bit a different perspective,
No, I know what
because
you're saying. My
you know what I mean?
grandparents had a house in Ensenada. It was a party house. It had a giant pit in the middle of everyone. It was literally, it had a giant couch in the middle of the living room. And you have to walk into it, which nowadays would be kind of illegal because you could fall into it.
Oh, like one of those sunken?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a 1960s house in the 80s, on the beach in Ensenada, But it got bought out by Sandals or, one of the resorts.
Oh. Did they make a killing in the acquisition?
Yeah. Because my grandfather actually owned the house,
Mm-hmm.
So he was like, I'll take all of it, please. Like, you want my property? I own the rights to everything, The funny thing is, nowadays, in Mexico, if you're not a Mexican citizen, you can't buy property rights like that anymore.
Oh, interesting.
You have to get grandfather. You have to know somebody to know somebody. You could you basically need to be sponsored by someone
Okay.
who's from the country.
Mhm. Fortunately, we have an inn.
Oh, I know a ton of people that live there, actually.
Hablo un poquito español.
We're all going to the Hamptons, Muffy. What? Actually, you know what? My mom has a beach house, but she makes money off of it. That thing. 11 months out of the year, someone's in that thing. That's a good way. Rental properties are smart, but we no longer live in a world where people could just buy rental. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of a fantasy to some people. So I try not to bring it up too much.
It is very different than it was, not that long ago. It used to be that if that was how you chose to invest your money, and you could kind of finesse it so that you could make it work with spending less, but then the prices just they went insane. And like some people are very like anti-landlord, and why are you buying up all the properties? And I think that there's a little more nuance to it than that.
I know people that have saved their family by buying something, and then they're like, oh my gosh, like, this has saved my life by just investing in. And by no means am I trying to sell anything here in the Godless Sewing channel in any way, shape, or form. One of my favorite YouTubers is selling Amway, and it really, not Amway, but she's pushing a pyramid scheme. So I offer nothing.
I think that when that's a problem when you have like big conglomerates snatching up everything. But if you have someone who maybe has a property and bought a second one that they rent out, and they rent it at a reasonable price, because not everybody wants to own something. You treat your tenants well. I don't have a problem with that.
But what about, like, my neighborhood is being completely bought out by companies?
Yeah, that I think that makes a problem.
So now homeowners are rare around here. If you did a sky view and you look at the people who own it, it's like person, company, 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 person, company, 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 person. They've really they're slowly buying up the whole neighborhood.
That's a problem.
when I lived in Oregon, check cashing places slowly started owning the state. So they were like telling people, do not go to check cashing places because they own most of us now. Because
Oh.
so many people had taken out loans.
Mm-hmm.
I know someone that fell into that cycle, and they're probably still paying it off.
Yeah, and the rates are obscene.
I know somebody who they initially, let's say they got $1,000 loan from a check cashing from this payday loan place. I watched them pay it off for like a year.
It's a
Slowly.
wonder they were able to manage to do that because the interest rates are so high, and then
Mhm.
it's people already are in a bad place. They're living paycheck to paycheck. They don't have the extra money to pay this off to begin with. That's why they took the loan, and then they never can catch up.
And then it just becomes another bill. And see, that's the
Right.
problem. As humans, we're like, all right, you get used to doing something. You pay it every month. You get used to doing it. Because of that person, well, I never really needed a payday loan place, but because of that person, I never would ever deal with anything like that.
Yeah. I knew someone who got into that hole, and it was terrible.
The worst part about it is they still owed money and they let this person take out a $10,000 loan on
Oh my
top of the
goodness.
money they already own. So now they still own a ton of money.
At their terrible interest rates too.
Mhm.
Oh my goodness.
And I recently asked them, I'm like, do you still owe because that company is way gone. And they were like, yeah, just somebody else is calling me,
Mm-hmm.
just a different company's asking for money.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah. And that was, you can guess who it is. That was over 14 years ago.
Oh, wow.
When that person, probably 15 years ago, when that person took the loan and they're still messing with that company.
Mm.
But that's why you have to be careful with those payday
Mhm.
loans, with all that stuff, because they get you in that endless cycle,
Yeah.
I forgot I rolled that thing. It's humongous. We put
Yeah,
that out.
it did look like a generous serving.
Well, I didn't think it was gonna smoke it all, and it did. So yesterday, I was been saving this story for you.
Oh.
Yesterday, I dumped this in my drawer.
Oh no.
So I dumped all my papers and um I should go to bed, but I got a second win, so now I'm sewing. Okay, so Pam, this happens to me all the time, especially on Saturday nights. Like everything will get quiet, and I start sewing. I'm like, man, I'm tired. I look up and it's 4:30 in the morning,
Wow.
and I'm like, oh, how did I get here? I lose track of time when I start sewing, especially like with well, now it's Netflix, Paramount, and ESPN, but like I've been watching a lot of Star Trek lately. I lose track of time
Mm.
because it just goes from one episode to another
Yeah. All the old favorites.
Especially Netflix will ask you like, hey, you still there? Not Paramount. Paramount's like, we're binging. You gonna tell me when to stop,
It drives me nuts when they do that. It's like, yes, I'm watching. If I did not want to watch, I would turn it off. Ooh.
I
Oh well, you
understand.
might as well stay up later. It's Saturday.
I'm gonna keep this starship floating for another I'll go 5 hours. Since it's Saturday night, we gotta go full Elvis. Well, Sunday morning now for everybody else.
So Alibaba mentioned a sunken fire pit. Was this one of those that had like the couch around the side and then the fire pit in the middle?
In the house.
In the middle of the house?
Yeah.
Nice.
It was a total Austin Powers house. And I don't even I was younger when I went there, but I don't even have to fantasize about it because my dad took a gajillion pictures. So I have all the pictures of the house, and he was a photographer, so he'd walk around and taking pictures of everything.
Oh, speaking of Austin Powers, I think I sent it to you. I saw the video for Love's Train for the first time the other
I
day.
haven't watched that yet.
Oh my goodness. It's hilarious. It's very Austin Powers-ish, kind of a little bit the whole like blaxploitation spy adventure movies.
You know, as the years go on, like Ludacris really wasn't my thing back in the day. I like that Move song, but you know, I go back and watch everything back on YouTube. I actually like that Austin Powers song with Ludacris.
I
I'm
can't think,
sorry. I'm a cheese bag.
yeah, I can't think of what. Yeah, I
He
think
re-
it came out in 82 because they were, so I saw some interviews, they were talking about it being the 40th anniversary. And
oh,
so,
wow.
and then the interview, the Confunction people want to do a Silk Sonic song. I don't know if they actually did it or not.
If it came out in 1982, it would be 41, respectable, or dance around like Britney Spears.
You never know.
I'm kidding. No, she still scares me.
Mhm.
But you know what? Imagine being repressed your whole life. That is what true freedom looks like, you know?
Mhm.
Sweaty and with a 1,000-yard stare. I think I should block. I a long time ago, I was like, I think I should block Britney Spears on Instagram.
I don't know. I mean, is it enabling her to follow her, or is it being supportive?
Like I always say, those are two different wings on the same bird.
Mm.
So, you know, it's one of those. But Britney Spears is the prime example of why you need to let people progress. You know, because if not, they're going to be stuck. I'm stuck in a certain era. I had a good friend who lost 10 years of his life, and at 30 years old, he was acting like he was 19.
Oh wow.
And when you're 30, it's not cute anymore. And when you're in your 40s, it's just annoying.
Mm.
But developmentally, we're all different, you know?
True.
Because I come out here, I act crazy, but the truth is, like, when the camera's off, there's a bunch of stuff I have to handle. It's called real life, you know? Adulting, like, you know, being able to buy a new washing machine, you know?
Yeah. When I worked retail back in the day when I was in college, this mother would come in with her little girl, and we all thought her little girl was the worst brat. Oh, it was awful. She was like 5 or 6 and acted like a toddler. And it turns out the little girl was only 3 and was perfectly age appropriate. She was just really tall for her age and looked so much older.
Oh wow, I know all about that. My nieces and nephews were always bigger, and I know somebody who is 6'4", and she has a daughter, and her daughter is my height, and I think she's either in the 6th or 7th grade.
Oh my.
And I also know somebody who has either another 6th or 7th grader, and he is taller than me.
Mm.
Were you able to function Thursday after the late night morning on Wednesday? No. No, but it was worth it, Pam. I had such a great time hanging out with you.
Yeah.
You're an amazing person. I had such a good time. It was worth it. I woke up and I was like, it was worth it. It was worth it. And you know, Isaiah knew because when he woke up, he looked at me. He's like, he took one look at me. He's like, you stayed up all night. I said, how do you know that? He's like, because you're being really nice right now. Because usually I wake up, I'm like, you need to get up for school, put a good shirt on for your teacher. Because he has to do conferences for his teacher. And my rule is brush your teeth, your hair, and wear a nice shirt. Do you want to wear Bermuda shorts? Do you want to wear pajama pants? You know. He knew right away. No, I had a great. Pam. You're an awesome person. So I had a great time. He is. You know, honestly, like, he is such a good kid. He is such a good kid because when I was my son's age, I thought I was my age now and trying to act
Mhm.
like it.
Mhm.
He knows he's a teenager. He's aware, like I hate to show my age, but John Cougar Mellencamp said it the best: hold on to 16 as long as you can. Let me tell you a little ditty about Jack and Diane. I've been singing all night. I started off with I Can't Drive 55.
Oh goodness.
I took a 30-minute nap before I took the kids to school, then was running till
Oh.
oh yeah. I I have a crash point. Like same. I have to take at least a 30-minute nap. Or I start getting emotional and asking people, "Oh, do these pants make me look fat?" Like I just get irrational when I don't get sleep. I do. Oh, I think I took a small nap around 1:30 or 2. Oh,
Have to.
it was I'm trying to think, was that the morning of the IEP? Yeah, it was. I s- Matter of fact, I sat through the IEP like this the whole time.
Oh no. I was wondering if being up just had you fresh for it and then you went to sleep or
You know what? It was better that I was like in a different realm because quite honestly, um I really critique them because I'm in the field.
mm,
And so my ex-wife handled it. She's always bad cop and I'm always good cop. So it went smooth. Last year's IEP was a disaster to the point where there's a counselor and I, if we see each other, I might get this guy might punch me in the face.
oh
We really do not get along at all, you know. Last year's IEP was a disaster. So this year's was good. It was good for me to not say a word.
so are you confident about the new program and
Yeah, because said ex person and I, we both work in the field and know the laws. You know, so we always ask like we know the differences between a completion and a diploma. There's a lot of things, you know. So as long as they're working towards my son getting a high school diploma, I'll get up and take him to school every day. I'll do what I have to do.
yeah.
But if that's not the goal, then we need to we need to steer that goal towards the high school diploma because with special needs kids, you can go to school until you're 25,
Mm,
but you're just hanging out, you know, at
mm,
school, you know. Well, you stop going after a certain age, but you basically get in the special needs world, you get benefits till you're 25. Then they cut
okay.
you off.
Mm.
After I took kids to school, I went to visit my grandson at the hospital and chatted with my granddaughter. Aw, in-law and son. I thought the IEP was on Wednesday morning. Do you know what? It probably was. I'm melding everything together. That's how tired I was. That's right. It was on Wednesday morning. I lost a day, is what it was. I lost a day. But I haven't been sleeping, you know, since like 1996, around there. I have such horrible sleeping habits. That's why I know all of the UK's business because I watch their news, you know, at 11 o'clock at night, our time on the West Coast, at 11 o'clock at night is 7 o'clock in the morning in the UK. So I get all their morning shows. Like I watch Kay Burley on Sky News. I still do after all these years. That's one of the reasons people are like, I got into a debate with somebody about the NHS in those people I always talk about, the Chicago People's live stream. And they were like, Godless Sewing, I thought you were from America. And I was like, I am. I just can't sleep at night. So I watch I'm passionate about another country's healthcare system. Oh man, I need to adjust my pillow. You know, okay. So since we're gonna be closing this out in here, so should I hang it up and go get another office chair?
I thought you were going to put casters on that one.
I know, but this is just here for discussion.
Oh, um,
I forgot about the casters. I should put casters on this. But it's huge though. And like I can't have my 6-foot table in here and this chair at the same time.
Well, doesn't an office chair take up the same amount of space?
But I could pick it up and put it over my desk.
Oh.
This chair, although I can do that, this weighs probably 70 pounds. 80 pounds of dead weight. So it's just annoying to move that much every time. An office chair, you move it, and because I have a ton of space on the other side, it's just getting it there. With this desk here, I have effectively cut this room in half with this desk sitting here.
Could you put your desk on casters and then just like slide them both out of the way?
I was thinking about taking about 5 tables and putting them in my closet. Or like everyone's telling me to do, I should take 5 tables and put them up on the auction block.
Uh-huh.
But recently I was like, I don't have a table problem until I put my white rotary on top of my my blind stitcher, and I was like, oh, I have a problem. Because that's like I'm officially stacking sewing machines. Oh my gosh, I almost went 5 hours without mentioning Fred Sanford. It made me think of him. I mention him in almost every single one of my streams, and so I had to I haven't mentioned him the entire evening.
I haven't I've been so tired. I haven't cleaned that treadle machine. It's just sitting there waiting. I have the stuff out. But the trouble is I either have to take it outside to clean it, or I have to move some furniture around to clean it so that I have space. Because I figured if I'm cleaning it, I should film it because people like to see that kind of thing. So then I need space for the camera and stuff.
Fred Sanford has the Darning embroidery special on now. I saw that. Oh, I couldn't I asked somebody, I was like, would that be outrageous if I got on a plane on a Friday, went to Michigan, and then came back and they were like, yes, that's insane for sewing machines. Outside cleaning is better, I think.
More
I'm
space.
still trying to justify going to Michigan for sewing machines.
Well, I mean, do you need to see them in person? Maybe you could make an appointment with him and he could show you around with a camera and you could say, I want that one, and then you could have them shipped to you.
I'm a tactile human.
Oh, okay. I understand.
That's why LA County is beautiful for someone like me, because for as much I'm gonna quote Star Trek, I've only explored, like, just in LA County, I've only explored like 30% of outer space here in LA, you know. For as much I've conquered Ventura, but I haven't conquered Oxnard. You know, I could literally go down the coast all the way to Huntington Beach, you know.
Yeah.
So for as much as I have or like I haven't gone over the Vincent Thomas Bridge to go thrifting.
Okay.
Or I haven't gone to Orange County, like, you know, there's still many places to conquer just in this area, you know.
Yeah.
But that's the beauty of living here, is that it, you know, it's endless and see. Or like if I was to go out to the desert, there's like 4 or 5 Goodwills that wow, that is only a half hour, 45-minute drive from my house. See, there's all kinds of maybe he has a great serger for you. Oh man, you guys are pushing me to get a serger. I do. You know what? Maybe next week, instead of my shopping palooza, I should just go buy a serger.
We've heard this before.
I know, but I'm on stage, so if I don't sing the same old song, you know, people, come on. I'm gonna take me and my soapbox and my one-trick pony in a minute. Exactly. I know we've all heard that riff, but I'm famous for that riff.
Go buy myself a surgery.
He says every week. We know it's just poppycock, but every time he speaks.
Well.
Okay, I have heard this song before. I am keeping you guys in suspense. You'll know because I can't keep anything secret. It'll be on my community tab as I'm like leaving the store, because I like to share every part of my sewing life on YouTube. Do you know what? Honestly, I didn't realize how much of my life I geared towards sewing until I started my YouTube channel. It really didn't even dawn on me because it's just something that it's part of my life. It's what I do, And I thought everybody was hunting for patterns on a Saturday, and I need to do something about that vintage pattern too. Do you know why it's taken this long? Because I'm actually respecting the pattern and not cutting it out.
Well, but you also keep saying you're going to bring some tracing paper from work.
But I didn't say that today. So I'm trying not to blow too much smoke.
Oh, okay.
It's only coming out of your ears, not your eyes this time.
Do we need to send you like a reminder midweek that says, "Hey, remember to pick up the tracing paper"?
Honestly, yeah, because I just organized that room and walked out without even thinking about it.
Oh no, that's the worst.
I shared my Winnie the Pooh patch on my community tab. Awesome! Awesome!
See, I've missed all the things today.
Oh, that reminds me. I said in the beginning of the stream, I ordered an embroidery hoop for my machine.
Oh.
It'll be here in 5 weeks.
5 weeks?
Okay, the first thing it said it'd be here in 2 weeks. I hit the button, everything ran through. It said, and so the next day when I clicked on my Amazon, you know how it waves to you. I click on it and it said it'll be here in 5 weeks. And there's nothing. I had that same face. Literally that same face.
You could cancel it and order from somebody else. Oh, Pam says she shared it just a bit ago. Oh, why don't you pull it up, Godless, and show us all so we can admire it.
Well, I don't know. Pam, do I have your permission to share it? Because I love that. Oh, I love that.
Okay, I'll pull it up too so I can like it. Then you get extra likes.
I'm really hardcore on YouTube etiquette. I try not to share other people's stuff. I try not to, because I've had my image used for all kinds of evil.
Oh no.
Thank you, Pam. Okay, I'll share it.
Community. Oh, cute.
I can't drive 55.
I was pulling up music from my friend. She was over and we were cutting fabric so she could make flags for her students to play flag football. So I was putting a bunch of music on, and as I was looking through stuff, ZZ Top came up, Sharp Dressed Man.
I love so a while ago. Hold on, let's oh, that I love that. I love that patch. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's adorable.
Oh, that's so I was gonna say I have that machine, but I don't have that particular version. I had to lean in to see what the classification was.
See, Pam put stickers on her machines too.
I was still to this day, I am going to die on that hill. I need to find that group to shame them.
Oh goodness.
But it was an antique sewing group on Facebook. And they
yeah, see, if you're with the purists, then
They loved
Um,
me at first because I was posting, and then I showed everything behind. Everything behind here has stickers on it behind the flags. those those are I'm keeping them forever. That's the only one on my machine. It looks great. I love it. And like they loved my 301A. They loved everything. No, I'm sorry, my 404, everything. But when I showed them the 301A with stickers on it, first this lady was like, that ruined sewing machines. Then the second person was like, are you kidding me? And then when I got a WTF from someone's grandma, I knew I had officially messed up because I went on her page. I was like, ooh, I was like, oh, Hattie has had it. So, and I get it. There are sewing machine purists out there. There are people who are like, they keep it as is. Pam has inspired me to fix my Husqvarna Viking and not let it go by the wayside. Because I think it might just be the timing. I'm hoping it's the timing.
So what was Alibaba's opinion of the stickers on the 301?
How does it ruin them? It gives them character. Thank you, Pam. That's what I said. I was shamed out of that group. They told me it was blasphemy, waited for me to check it because I'm not on Facebook all the time. And then they blocked me once they saw that I had like responded to the message,
Wow.
Oh yeah. But they flat out told me, they're like, so stickers have no place for sewing machines. And I'm like, we live on Earth. Stickers belong everywhere. Like we live on people. I celebrate differences in people. I'm into all kinds of things. I want to see how that person has changed it. Like it's a sewing machine. There's only so many things you can do to it. It's like a bicycle. There's only so many designs where it's no longer a bicycle, The design's kind of perfected. So you got to jazz it up every once in a while. All right. I have officially gone full Elvis this evening. Waternay's here. We're going to go the back room and sing some gospel. For anyone who doesn't know that reference, I'm going to bring it up again. I love Elvis, and Elvis brought all of his Memphis people to Vegas, and after his shows, they would go sing until the sun came up, him and all of his peeps. Elvis was a true legend. So, do you have anything that you'd like to shill, Waternay?
No, I'm behind in my activities.
That's okay.
I've been struggling to keep up, so nothing's going on at the moment.
That's all right. I think we're all kind of doggy paddling in the ocean of life. Some of us are hydroplaning. Some of us. Well, if you've made it this far, I want to thank everybody. Honestly, I want to thank Pam because Pam's put me on her community page and everything. And it's like, you're an awesome person. You're an absolutely amazing person. So I want to thank Pam. And everybody who's subscribed from Pam's channel, you guys are absolute great people. Everybody who's been here since the beginning, I love all of you. I hope everybody who's been here since the beginning of this stream, you guys are awesome. I'll be back at it on Monday. And if Phoenix is streaming, I probably will be there tomorrow if I'm awake. I hope everybody has a great night. I'll be back at it on Monday. I will have more spectacular and crazy stuff. So, I have a short out right now that's blocked in certain countries. So tell me if you can see it. YouTube has a thing against Bob Dylan. I don't even know why. I hope you guys have a great night. And like I always say, reinforce your seams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time.